Session of the City Council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle,
Here.
Councilmember Kelly Jedovich. Here. Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barron.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Do we have any blue folder items for the closed session?
None for closed session.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Public communications on closed session items and non-agenda items. There's no one in the audience. Is anyone online?
We do not have anyone on Zoom, and there are no e-comments.
Okay. Could I get a motion to recess to closed session?
Move to recess to closed session. Second.
Yeah. Second. Okay, before I call the vote, could you, City Manager Witchansky, tell us what we'll be talking about? Oh, I'm sorry.
You take it? Yes. Is authorized,
Melissa, can you read off what we're going to be talking about?
As authorized by the government code is listed on the published agenda. The following items will be discussed in closed session. Items F1 through F11 are under the title Conference with Legal Counsel Existing Litigation. For F1, the name of the case is City of Redondo Beach et al. Versus California State Water Resources Control Board, case number 20STCP03193. For F2, the name of the case is in regards to 9300 Wilshire, LLC, bankruptcy, CD Cal case number 223-BK-10918-ER. For F3, the name of the case is 9300 Wilshire, LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 100 inclusive, case number 23STCP02189. For F4, the name of the case is in regards to 9300 Wilshire, LLC, 9300 Wilshire, LLC et al. Versus AES Redondo Beach, LLC, bankruptcy, CD Cal case number 223-AP-01163-ER. For F5, the name of the case is Yes in My Backyard, a California nonprofit corporation, Sandra Trout, an individual, versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 25 inclusive, case number 23TRCP00325. For F6, the name of the case is New Commune DTLA LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, and those 1 through 100 inclusive, case number 23STC V10146. For F7, the name of the case is New Commune DTLA LLC and Leonid Postonikov versus City of Redondo Beach and City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, case number 22TRC-P00203. For F8, the name of the case is New Commune DTLA LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development et al., case number 23STC-P00426. For F9, the name of the case is AES Southland Development, LLC, and AES Redondo Beach, LLC, versus California Coastal Commission, case number BS 157789. For F10, the name of the case is Mendoza Angel versus City of Redondo Beach, City of Palos Verdes Estates, City of Rolling Hills Estates, County of Los Angeles, State of California, and those 1 through 25 inclusive, case number 25TRC V01201. For F11, the name of the case is Matthew Bandy versus City of Redondo Beach, WCAB number ADJ 172-44999. Items F12 and F13 are under the title Conference with Real Property Negotiator. For F12, the properties are 3007 Vale Avenue, a portion of APN 415-001-7931, parking lot at the corner of Felton Lane and 182nd Street, APN 415-803-3900. 715 Julia Avenue, portions of parcels APN 750-702-0900 and APN 750-702-1900. 1935 Manhattan Beach Boulevard, APN 404-900-8903. 807 Inglewood Avenue, a portion of APN 408-302-4900, and 200 North Pacific Coast Highway, a portion of APN 7500-500-9902. And for item F13, the property is 422 South PCH, APN 7508-020-026. Thank you.
Is that all?
That's it.
Thank you. City Manager Wojciechowski, who will be speaking to these items?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. For all items, myself, City Attorney Joy Ford, and Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. For items F1 through F9, we will be joined by John Wellner, Chris Banks, Diana Verrett, Janetta Giovinco, Abby O'Brien, and Community Development Director Mark Weiner. The prior names are all outside legal counsel. For item F10, we will be joined by Human Resources Director Diane Strickfadden. She will also be joining us for item F11, along with Caroline Beliso, our outside attorney on that matter. For item F12, we will have Assistant to the City Manager Luke Smoody. For item F13, we will have Mark Weiner, our Community Development Director, and our Public Works Director, Andy Wingy.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'll call the vote. All for? Aye. Anybody opposed? Okay. We will be recessing the closed session. We'll be back on or about 6 p.m. to report out and then to start the open session of the City Council. Thank you. From closed session to open session, could I get a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Waller?
Present.
Councilmember Castle?
Here.
Councilmember Keller-Jedovich? Here. Councilmember Obaji?
Here.
Councilmember Barron?
Here.
Mayor Light?
Here. Okay, if we have any active duty if we have any veterans or active duty military in the audience, please stand to be recognized for your service. Anybody? I'm the only one. Okay, I'd like to call up Ken.
Mayor, before we do that, we do have one announcement
Oh,
from
I'm
closed
sorry.
session. Yes.
Do we have any announcements from closed? We'll step back. I'll rewind it. Do we have any announcements from closed session?
Just one, Mayor. On the case listed under item F10, the council did unanimously authorize the city attorney's office to defend the city in the matter. So that's the one announcement this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'll get a motion to adjourn to our regular meeting. Sorry, I jumped the gun on the agenda.
So moved.
I'm so excited.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to second, all four?
Aye.
Okay, now, calling to order the open session of the city council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller?
Present.
Councilmember Castle?
Here.
Councilmember Keller-Jedovich? Here. Councilmember Obaji?
Here.
Councilmember Barron?
Here.
Mayor Light?
Here. Okay, so I'm just jumping straight to we're going to call up Cameron, who's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So Cameron, the floor is all yours. If everybody would please rise.
Good evening. My name is Cameron. I'm an 8th grader at Adams Middle School. My favorite subject at Adams is history, and I love riding my e-bike in Redondo Beach. Please put your hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And if y'all could remain standing for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, please be seated. Cameron, great job. Come on forward, and we appreciate you doing this. This is our favorite part of the city council meeting. Well done.
Great job. And you ride your e-bike with a helmet, right?
Good job. Your dad's a superhero here, by the way.
He is.
One, two, three.
Good job. Thank you.
Good job. Thank you, Cameron. Okay, now going to item D on the agenda, presentations, proclamations, announcements, and AB 1234, travel expense reports. It's been quite a while since we've met. I think this is the first time I've been here that we've had two weeks off without a council meeting, so quite a bit to report. First off, I do have an AB 1234. It's not a travel expense, but I did get a meal covered. I went to the International Surf Festival Medal of Valor dinner, met with several officials from other cities and from the county, as well as got to view two of our finest getting a Distinguished Service Award during that. That was Boat Captain Chad Smith and Harbor Patrolman Brad Godinez for a rescue they did in stormy weather, 30-knot winds, 8-foot seas on a capsized boat, and they rescued 5 people from that. They lost. There was 1 casualty on that call. So it's great to see our guys getting rewarded. Also got to participate Saturday with Coastline Cares. Got to clean up a yard of one of the residents who needed some help, and so that was fun. I think Councilmember Keller-Jedovich helped on a separate house. So thanks to Coastline Cares for putting back into our community. I did attend a water polo planning meeting. We're tentatively going to have our first open water polo tournament in the harbor this fall. So looking forward to that. I met with Supervisor Mitchell when she toured Montauk, the new restaurant that's going into Riviera Village. We had a meeting with LA Galaxy about potentially holding a World Cup watch party down at Seaside Lagoon. And on one of the downsides, we did have the LA County Department of Health hearing, and we lost on that. So we continue to have to keep the Dominguez Park playground closed. So hopefully we can move forward rapidly with the administrivia, but we lost that appeal. Do want to announce there is a kiosk now. The city council had approved this quite some time ago, but an active kiosk down at the pier. So it's wayfinding. It's first one, a test case out of 4. Glad to see that moving forward. This Friday, we'll be starting to entertain an entourage from one of our friendly cities in Japan, from Okinawa, Itoman. So we'll be touring Mayor Tomei, starting with Friday and ending up with some events through the weekend and then on Monday. And on Thursday, I'll be doing a ribbon cutting at Lozio's, which is right off of Catalina and Pearl. So great new pizza place in our community. And if you could put up the one graphic that I asked you to post. I did get an email from South Bay Parkland Conservancy showing their impact to date. And as this graphic shows, they put over 1,300 plants in the ground just through half a year, have had over 1,551 volunteers so far this year, 3,883 volunteer hours, and 148 events, which is a phenomenal number if you think of how we're halfway through the year and they've already held that many events. So they continue to do a great service with restoration of habitat and running our community garden and other projects throughout the city. In fact, we just had the ribbon cutting on our courtyard out there, and afterward they presented us with our an award for California Certified California Native Habitat by SBPC. So thanks to the SBPC for continuing to contribute and recognizing what the city's doing with respect to native plants. That's all I had. So you want to go next, Councilman Waller?
Sure. Since it's been a while, yes, I attended the South Bay Greek Festival on 2 days.
Oh, I forgot that one.
One of the days I shared with Mayor Light for opening up the Greek Festival. Attended the South Bay City's Council of Governments meeting where I was appointed chair of their new Artificial Intelligence Working Group. Attended the LA County Police Canine Association demonstration at Redondo Union High School. That was a lot of fun, and our officers, Officer Kyle Lofstrom did a great job as the MC of that event. Also attended the Lifeguard Medal of Valor Awards dinner that Mayor Light spoke about. Prominently featured rescues in Redondo Beach as well as by our Redondo Beach people. Met with Supervisor Mitchell and her staff at Montauk for quite a while before that lifeguard meeting. She had a few things, few pieces of advice for us, but it was a good conversation. I also, just this last weekend, got to participate in the Charlie Sakely 6-man beach volleyball tournament on a team with 4 elected representatives. We had the mayor of El Segundo, council members from Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach, and myself, an ex-LA Ram player, the voice of the LA Rams, Sam Lagana, and pro volleyball standout St. John Smith, Randy Stoklos, and our coach, Brooke Vandaway. And then, let's see, 2 more things. I had the pleasure of interviewing 24 amazing students for our youth commission. I am confident that we are in good hands as a society moving forward after talking to those kids. And then finally, my next in-person community meeting will be Wednesday, August 27th from 4 to 5:30 p.m. at Veterans Park Senior Center. That is it.
Councilmember Waller. Castle.
Hi. Since our last meeting, I held my community meeting where Jeff Jones, the new president of the King Harbor Association, was the guest speaker. He discussed a little bit of the history of quality seafood, the King Harbor Association, and also the California Surf Club. It answered a lot of questions for a lot of the residents in District 2, and it was a very good meeting. in addition to that, he was talking about how he wants to use the King Harbor Association to unite all of the businesses and all of the entities down at the waterfront to have better and more successful events. And to that end, we actually met yesterday at the King Harbor Yacht Club with the King Harbor Yacht Club, Port Royal Yacht Club, King Harbor Associations, and a couple of other groups to start planning for the holiday boat parade that comes up in December. And we're working to make that a larger event in and of itself, but also integrated with other events that are happening that same day down at the waterfront on the pier. And to that end, over the last couple of weeks, we've been working very hard with the Economic Development Committee and the Waterfront Economic Development Group, again, working on leasing up a lot of the commercial spaces down there. And in our agenda today, we have sort of some good news that there are lots of new leases coming up for the waterfront. In terms of other events, had meetings with the Olympics Committee and also our World Cup team. We are generating lots of interest from teams and countries to come to Redondo Beach as part of that effort. I had the chance to go to Cal Water's Emergency Operations Center training event that they had last week to learn how to best respond as a city to things like earthquakes, floods, or other natural disasters. And then I attended the Medal of Valor dinner. And then lastly, I attended the Pakistan American Chamber of Commerce had a Pakistan Independence Day celebration in Torrance, and I attended that with the Torrance City Council as well as Supervisor Hahn from that district, as well as a couple of other elected officials from around the area, and also had the opportunity to meet one of their consul generals. So as part of our efforts to reach out to different consuls and countries as part of our Olympics and World Cup effort, hopefully we'll be able to generate more interest in that. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalajerovich.
I'll just say that we are a very busy council. In addition to all the things that all of you have mentioned, I wanted to also mention one, that I was at the Medal of Valor dinner. That was lovely. Also got to talk to Supervisor Mitchell, and I know she had some advice for us, and I had some for her, and it was a great conversation. I also wanted to say we had a crossing guard subcommittee meeting that kicked off. A lot of good discussion, a lot of great kind of out-of-the-box solutions proposed, and I look forward to how that's going to move forward. And thank you to the mayor for getting your hands dirty, cleaning up neighbors' yards. And I also want to shout out a resident in the chamber. Mr. Jim Mueller was there helping neighbors as well. Thank you. And I wanted to say that for our Shakespeare by the Sea presentations, performances happened at these last 2 weekends as well. And incredible attendance. Last year at Veterans Park, we had 250 people attending. We had 560 people in Veterans Park on Friday watching the show. And the boats were coming in from the Santa Barbara to King Harbor. Thank you for letting us know about that, Mr. Klein. And it was just perfect. It was epic with the sunset setting, the boats coming in, and a performance of Shakespeare right in front of you. It was all the best things of Redondo. And in Dominguez Park, also great attendance. We got to see the season close there. They turned all the lights off. We got to experience what the actors feel like when they turn off the lights, and it was special. So I look forward to it next year. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
All right. First, thank you, Coastline Church, Coastline Cares, Councilmember Kalajerovich, Mayor Light, for their volunteer work on Saturday at 2 properties in North Redondo. I saw the pictures on Instagram, and it looks like you guys did some amazing cleanup.
If I may just interrupt, I did forget to thank you because you were a key part in making sure that those deliveries of the dumpsters happened seamlessly. So thank you, Councilmember Obaji.
Absolutely.
And they were both full.
They were full.
I'm sure. Yes, so thank you, and thanks to Coastline Care for doing all the work that it has been doing continuously throughout the South Bay and especially in Redondo Beach. Appreciate them gathering those volunteers, doing the legwork to get the work done. The Galleria is for sale, in case y'all did not know. Pretty amazing facts about the Galleria. There are over 4,000 parking stalls there. Total building square footage is of 1.2 million square feet. Originally built in 1985 renovated in 2003. So it's being marketed right now by Newmark, and hopefully they'll get some interested, well-capitalized investors attracted to it. I also wanted to shout out to our Public Works Department, specifically the engineers who've put up these signs, if you light up 2B, these beautiful new signs at the Artesia North Redondo Beach bike crossing. Parents have wanted more of a presence crossing guards at this intersection. We haven't been able to deliver the crossing guards, but these signs definitely raise awareness that bikes are going to be crossing there, pedestrians are crossing there, and check out that beautiful logo. And lastly, thank you to our Public Works team because they've mobilized a great contractor down on the SCE Edison pathway along Rockefeller to Inglewood, expanding the bike path. They seem like they're working. I got like dozens of trucks out there every day doing great work to expand our bike path. So thank you.
Councilmember Barron.
None this week, Mayor. Thank you.
What?
You guys talk too much.
Okay, let's see, going down to item E. Does anyone want to move anything on the agenda?
I do have one request, Mayor. I'd like to remove item H17 from the agenda this evening and bring it back to you on August 19th. Consent calendar item H17.
Okay.
I'll approve the agenda as is with the removal of H17.
Second.
Okay, motion a second, all four?
Aye.
Okay, now we're going to go into an agency recess to the regular meeting of the Community Financing Authority. So I'm going to call to order regular meeting of the Redondo Beach Community Financing Authority. Could I get a roll call, please?
Member Waller,
Present.
Member Castle,
Here.
Member Kelly-Jedovich,
Here.
Member Obaji,
Here.
Member Barron,
Here.
Chairman Light.
Here. Let's see, could I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All four?
Aye.
Okay, so we've approved the order of agenda. Let's see, do we have any blue folder items?
None for this meeting.
Okay, going down to the consent calendar. Does anyone wish to exclude any of the items on the consent calendar? Okay, hearing none, can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Would anyone in the audience wish to comment on the consent calendar on the Community Financing Authority? Okay, no one in the audience. Anyone online?
We do not have any hands raised on Zoom, and there are no e-comments.
Okay, so I'll call the vote. All four?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, so C1 through C4 passes. You don't need to read any of those, correct? No. Okay. Now we're down to, there were no excluded consent calendar items, so down to E. This is for public participation on non-agenda items related to the Community Financing Authority. Anyone wish to speak to the Community Financing Authority? Anyone online?
No hands raised on Zoom and no e-comments.
Okay. Any referrals to staff?
Nope.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, all four?
Aye.
Okay, the next meeting of the Community Financing Authority will be a regular meeting to be held at 6 p.m. on Tuesday, September 2nd, 2025, right here. Okay, so now we're returning to the regular city council meeting. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle,
Here.
Councilmember Kelly-Jedovich,
Here.
Councilmember Obaji,
Here.
Councilmember Barron,
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, down to item G. Do we have any blue folder items?
Yes, Mayor, we have 3 tonight for item D, presentations, proclamations, and announcements. We have the South Bay Parkland Conservancy June 2025 update. For item J1, non-agenda items, public communication. And for item N1, the discussion on the general plan, land use element update, we have AB 2011, and SB 6 Summary of Key Details. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. See, we are now down to item H, consent calendar. Does anyone wish to pull any item from the consent calendar? Councilmember Wallach?
Nope.
Councilmember Castle?
No.
Councilmember Kalajerovich?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Barrett?
H26.
H26. Okay, and I'm not going to pull any. So with that, just a reminder, H17 is pulled already from this. So other than H17 and H26, can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Before we vote, does any member of the public wish to speak to any of the consent calendar items other than H17 and H26? Anyone online?
No hands raised on Zoom and no e-comments.
Okay, so all four?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so all of those pass, H1 through whatever the last one is,
28.
H28, excluding H26 and H17. So now we go to the excluded consent calendar items, and the only one we had pulled was by Councilmember Barrett, so you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. H26 is the potential agreement with CityNet for client transitional services for the period in July. And the city attorney is here. It's a city attorney item. Just wanted to know what's your recommendation on this and why?
Well, although CityNet did perform services outside of the contract, for liability purposes, I would recommend that that the council approve this agreement to make sure that the city is covered with indemnity and their insurance. However, it is a low risk that someone would sue us in the few days that they did these services, which I'm told was a transition of their clients to Lila Mora. So someone suing us for something that occurred in those services is a low possibility, but of course I would want the city to be covered in any case. So of course it is the council's decision as to whether or not to pay for those services.
Thank you. And do you have an estimate as to the amount to be paid for those services if approved?
So in a normal month, we do pay CityNet around $25,000 to $26,000. I'm told they did work until July 6th, so around $5,000 to $6,000. We did try to reach out to CityNet to confirm that. They have not responded.
Okay, anything else that you think we in the public should keep in mind on this before we vote?
No.
All right.
Councilmember Obaji.
Quick question that this triggered. Have we ever been sued before by anybody relating to our provision of homeless services or homeless outreach services?
No, but I'd like to knock on wood
Oh,
right
yeah,
now.
no, I know. I totally support that. It seems, actually, on his face reading the report, I was like, it seemed like that would be a high exposure area, just because the potential population that a navigator could encounter. So that's all. Okay. Motion approved.
Other than Lila Mura, our service providers are third parties. So it would be those providers that get the lawsuits, and I am aware of some who have faced lawsuits, but not the city.
Got it. Thank
Okay,
you.
so there was a motion to approve. Anyone
Second.
Okay. Councilmember Kalajerovich, I apologize, I skipped your hand.
No, just one quick question about this. So with the contract, that funding comes from grants or?
Yes, it will be fully grant funded.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, so before I call the vote, does any member of the public wish to speak to this item? H26. Anyone online?
No hands raised on Zoom and no e-comments.
Okay. I will call the vote then. All four?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries. H26 passes.
Aye.
Do you have stuff to read?
All 11 resolutions, yes.
Okay.
We'll take a break. Item H7, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2508-052, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the official book of class specifications to create the position of Senior Assistant Civil Engineer and adopting the salary range for the position. Item H10, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2508-053, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, awarding a contract to Dash Construction Company, Inc., a California corporation, in the amount of $611,977 for the construction of the Aviation Boulevard at Artesia Boulevard intersection improvements, northbound right turn lane project, job number 40780. Item H11, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2508-060, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing the city engineer to execute temporary construction and access agreements on private property pursuant to construction of public works projects. Item H13, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2508-054, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the official book of class specifications to update the position of Recreation Supervisor. Item H14, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2508-055, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, proclaiming Sunday, September 7th, 2025, as Open Water Swim Day in the City of Redondo Beach, in sponsorship and support of the 7th annual Swim the Avenues water sports event to be held in the City of Redondo Beach, coastal waters, and in appreciation of the County of Los Angeles' efforts to permit the event and provide logistical support. Item H18, introduced by title only, ordinance number 3296-25, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title 3, Chapter 6, Section 3-6.03 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code pertaining to parking meter locations and hourly rates for the installation of new parking meters on Redondo Street between North Pacific Coast Highway and North Francisca Avenue, and determining such amendments as exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act for introduction and first reading. H19, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2508-056, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, leasing certain property to Theo Insurance Services, Inc. Item H20, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2508-057, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, leasing certain property to Integrative Peptides, LLC. H21, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2508-058, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, leasing certain property to Scholl Premium Ales, Inc. H23, adopt by title only, resolution CC-2508-059, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, acknowledging receipt of a report by the City of Redondo Beach Fire Chief of the Redondo Beach Fire Department pursuant to California Health and Safety Code Section 13146.4 regarding the completion of annual inspections of certain occupancies pursuant to California Health and Safety Code Sections 13146.2 and 13146.3. And lastly, H28, adopt by title only, ordinance number 3295-25, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title 2, Chapter 9, Article 6, Sections 2-9.602 and 2-9.603 pertaining to the Redondo Beach Youth Commission, and repealing in its entirety Title 2, Chapter 9, Article 8 pertaining to the Public Safety Commission for second reading and adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. That's quite the litany there. Well done. Okay, jumping to item J, public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public the opportunity to comment to any subject that does not appear on the agenda tonight for action. This section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and council. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once, and we'll take written comments first. So I do have a couple tonight. So first is Ron Morocco. And then Hudson Brand.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and significant staff. One of the greatest mysteries to me in the city of Redondo Beach is how a matter gets put on the agenda and the timing of it. And I did want to share with you at our last meeting of the Public Amenities Commission, we passed a motion that reads, recommend to the council to name a park in honor of Joseph Joe Carl Duiziak. I don't know when it's going to get on your agenda. I did want to respond to it. We recognize that the council has complete discretion about whether you want to name a park or not and which park it is. So the commission decided that yes, we'll make the recommendation that there should be a park. Now it's up to you guys, if you decide to adopt that, to decide where the park should be. And I am here to inform you of my own personal recommendation, and that should be at one of the General Eaton parkettes, which are labeled by the city as parkette, General Eaton Parkette A and General Eaton Parkette B. I did want to thank Councilman Obaji, who I wrote to when we started this process in June about maybe picking one of those parks. And he said, and I quote, I do not have enough information. I need to research General Eaton first. So I'm presenting to you some materials that address those concerns with regards to who is General Eaton. And believe it or not, I've been always wanting to come to the council and do regular history things about the city. General Eaton is very impressive. He was a World War II general. He was doing the Korean War. He was as well. He is probably the highest ranking general that the city has produced. He lived in here for about 15 years. He was also a vice principal at one of the local high schools in Los Angeles Unified. And so what I have for you is some information about Mr. Duiziak as well as Mr. General Eaton. So hopefully when it does come up to your agenda, you'll have the opportunity to actually have some materials to look at. So if I can pass that out.
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
All for?
Follow-up question
Aye.
for me.
Are you finished?
No.
So let me finish.
No, but what I really hope for you to do is, you may not want to read it tonight, but at least when it does make it to the agenda, and I have no idea when that's going to happen, at least you'll have something with a personal recommendation on top of what the commission said, just please name a park. So any questions?
Yes, please. All right, thank you, Mayor. Do you know why Redondo Beach named two parkettes after General Eaton, or what his connection to Redondo Beach was?
Yes, so this connection was, he was in charge of the recruiting in the area. Originally these, and I put a little bit of the history of the park, originally this was a sump pump, and there was a number of pumps that got filled. So if you look down the street, you have the Beverly Park. He was an assemblyman that got some of the funding together. And it was connected. They were supposed to be back to back. But right now, there's a brick wall, I think it's about 6.5 feet tall, that keeps you from getting to one park to the other. So it started off as one, the way it's presented as one, but it's really, and the city has adopted it as two different parkettes. And that's one of the reasons I changed my personal recommendation to not rename it, but just rename a portion of the parkette.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Hudson Hawk Brand, and then Sandy and Lou.
Hello, council members. Hello, Mayor. My name is Hudson Hawk Brand, and I believe that our city is at a crossroads. Over 68,000 people call it home, despite an average rent of $3,000 to $4,000. Housing is becoming increasingly inaccessible, and rent here is among the highest in Southern California. Nearly 6% of our housing units are vacant, and in some neighborhoods it reaches 10%. These are units that could shelter families, nurses, teachers, essential workers, but instead remain empty while so many struggle to stay afloat. One of the roadblocks in this affordability crisis is Measure Double D. While it has a hilarious name, it actually stifles progress. If a district wants to clean up an eyesore, like, for example, a power plant, they can't act without approval from every other district, even ones on the other side of town. Now, this isn't local control, and it isn't efficient. More importantly, if we fail to actively plan for affordable housing, developers can activate the state's Builders Remedies Law. That could force through high-density projects without the residents' approval. I mention this because we narrowly avoided this scenario last time with the One Redondo plan in 2022. So I propose we amend Measure D. Let affected districts and their immediate neighbors make these decisions. Why should two districts that don't border each other stifle each other's building plans? Second, we must enact a meaningful vacancy or empty home fee. Whether it brings in great or modest revenue, its main purpose is to motivate owners to fill these vacant homes or help fund solutions if they don't. Experts note that it's hard to achieve both goals at once, but either outcome is a win. Lower vacancies increase supply, and increased revenue can support affordable housing programs. Finally, this isn't just about Redondo Beach. Across California and the entire world, housing affordability is a crisis. The reason your living standards are falling is due to the rate of inequality. While we can grow the pie, the shares of the pie are shrinking. If hardworking people don't get a fair share of the pie, we risk losing what makes our community strong and vibrant. Fewer empty homes means more neighbors, more support for school and for local businesses, and a city that works for all, not just a wealthy few. Fighting inequality is the challenge of our generation. I invite each of you to join me in upgrading policies, trying bold new solutions, and making Redondo Beach a leader in opportunity and fairness. Show that we can do more than talk. We can act. If you have questions, ideas, or want to help sharpen these proposals, I am ready to listen, collaborate, and adjust. Thank you.
Councilmember Albaji?
Do you know of another city that's enacted an empty home fee?
I know specifically in Canada, there was studies done on this where it increased or decreased the number of vacancies if the number of supply didn't change at all. I'm proposing that we increase both supply and have this housing fee to try to have a carrot and the stick opportunity where we want to increase the number of people offering these homes at a reasonable price.
Thank you.
There are several in California.
There are, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sandy Anlu, and then Rick McQuillan.
Hello. Hi, my name is Sandy Anlu. I live at Aviation Way, right next to Artesia. I've become a new volunteer for the North Redondo Beach Business Association. I'm the new appointed, I don't know if self-appointed, art liaison, and I'm here to tell you about Dine Around Artesia. This year we've added an art walk to it. I was in business in Hermosa Beach for over 12, 13 years, and I've been walking Artesia Boulevard quite often for the last couple years, and it's missing a key component, and that, to me, that's community. And I think those businesses aren't talking to each other. I've walked to most, all 80% of them as of my associates as well of North Redondo Beach Business Association, NRBBA for short. So this is kind of our hope that we can bring our community and businesses together. But back to Dine Around Artesia and Art Walk. We're going to be doing it for 2 nights. It's 2 Wednesdays. I have a poster. It'll be the east side of McKay, August 13th, which is next Wednesday, and September 10th will be west side of McKay. We have over 40 businesses participating, artists, restaurants, Pilates studios, everybody on Artesia we can contact. So we invite you to a flavorful stroll featuring local bites, pop-up art, and community vibes. Buy a wristband, grab your walking shoes, and join us for a delicious art-filled celebration of food, culture, and community. Here's our poster here. So yeah. Oh, and then, I have one more other event. The NRBBA also is hosting the morning after the 14th, Thursday at 7:45 a.m., I know it's early, we will be hosting Bo Bassi, who is the founder of LaBasse Projects, where we'll be discussing the Artesia Public Art Project, including the $450,000 grant. The meeting will be held at the South Bay Galleria Community Room. Please park on level 4 near AMC. For any questions, please email info@nrbba.org. Thank you all for your time.
Motion to receive and file?
Yes. Second.
All for?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Rick McQuillan, and that's the last card I have. I like the Aloha shirt.
My wife just constantly buys these vintage from Hawaii and brings them home. So I've got, maybe you'll see 20 of them, enough meetings. So good evening, council. And I love those early morning NRBBA meetings. I'm Rick McQuillan from Manhattan Beach. As you know, I'm working on cartesia.com. My goal is to help make Artesia a place that makes our lives better. We'll help you set goals for yourself and your family, create plans to achieve your goals, and then let Artesia businesses fulfill your needs to meet your goals. So please stay tuned. That should be ready by the new year, maybe the holidays. I just want Artesia to be a place of fulfillment and beauty and joy. But for now, please check out the 2 Dine Around at Artesia maps on the beta cartesia.com site. If you go there and look, you'll see a link to the Dine Around East, which is next Wednesday, and the Dine Around West. They're almost finished. They're kind of easy to use at night when it gets dark and you can easily see where to go. I hope to see you there next week. And I want to thank and commend Robin Garfield and Mickey Johnson and Sandy Onlu, and anyone else who worked with them to more than double the venues and add art. This is exciting. They're taking it to a new level and it should be fun. And I'm going to pick up on the subject of parking on Artesia when we get to N1. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on non-agenda items?
Oh, okay.
Motion to receive and file?
Second.
All for?
Aye.
Go ahead.
Good evening. I am Mickey Johnson, and I serve as the president of the North Redondo Beach Business Association. And I'm here to talk about Dine Around Artesia and Art Walk. Sandy has done a fabulous job bringing in the artists. We have over 17 artists that will be hosted by the different businesses. Many of you here have already done Dine Around Artesia, and I know you know how much fun it is, and so I'm hoping that you already bought your tickets for next Wednesday. We are super excited. We've really gone from, by splitting the event into 2, we've gone from about 15 businesses to over 50 participants between the restaurants and the businesses, the non-food businesses. And the great thing is the non-food businesses will be hosting the artists, but they'll also have food. So you will not go hungry. Make sure you bring your appetite. You can walk off those calories. It's bound to be a good time. Go to nrbba.org if you haven't purchased your tickets yet. And we look forward to seeing you next Wednesday, and then getting up early Thursday morning for Rise and Shine Redondo, when we'll be talking about the public art project on Artesia. So thank you very much for all your support.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on non-agenda items? Anyone online?
We do have 2 hands raised. Daryl Boyd, you can go ahead and begin.
Jim Light, you are most concerned with your pet projects, butterflies, birds, plants, statues, parks, the Olympics, World Cup, and getting advertising contracts for Beach Life and Alan Sanford. Everyone can see where your allegiance lies. It is not with the residents of Redondo Beach. There is waste everywhere in this city on things that don't matter. But when residents complain about real problems like constant speeding and out of control cars, lack of traffic control, lack of traffic enforcement, noise created from daily driven cars with illegal exhaust, traffic from the Beach Cities Health District and the noise it creates. You lie, deflect, and deny. Real safety and noise issues that the city of Redondo Beach is out of compliance on at state, county, and local levels, stonewalling and refusing our request for our legal right to public records. In a recent city council meeting, you brought up a noise and traffic issue going on at Broadway, Guadalupe, and Sapphire wanting noise remedy and traffic calming. What you didn't disclose is that you live 2 properties from where these problems are happening. Councilman Waller, who happens to be your new District 1 representative, quickly backed you up, saying, give the people what they want. Was this really for the people or for Jim Light, Mr. Waller? Last week, you appeared in the Public Works Sustainability Commission meeting, pitching for fast approval of what you wanted for your street and your neighborhood, quickly approved by the committee. Then you walked by them all with a smile and a thumbs up. We wait decades for improvements in our neighborhoods, but Jim Light can cut the line now that he's been elected. It's totally disgusting and hypocritical. You refuse to do your job and get safety, traffic, noise, and a major e-bike problem under control all across the city. You oversee the chief of police. So why is this city such a mess? You wanted the job, so how about actually doing it and getting the streets of Redondo Beach under control? Your inactions and dereliction of your mayoral duties impact our safety, our property values, and our overall quality of life in negative ways. Now you've reached a new low, Jim. Now you attack something that you don't understand or care about, the Cruise at the Beach Car Show series, now in its 25th year in the Redondo Beach Marina. You've been exposed as a liar and a complete hypocrite, so now you want to lump the event itself, classic cars, and the people who own them and drive them, like me, into the mix of daily and nightly street and neighborhood noise offenders. You directly attack me as a classic car owner, assuming how loud my cars are, even though you've never even heard them running, and which are completely street legal. Another attack was to tell me I should do more volunteer and community service and be the labor force in place of public works on my street. Because I'm bothering you so much now, you told me I'm digging a hole for myself. Are you trying to punish me, Jim? Was that a threat, Jim? What out-of-touch, stupid, self-righteous, and judgmental things for you to say to me, and so offensive to my family and the memory of my parents and my sister.
time.
Your time's up. Thank you.
Okay, clarifying question.
Sure.
Mr. Boyd, so I've driven by there many times now since you all have been complaining to try to understand the issue at hand. Can you tell me when it is that I could drive by the frontage road and actually see cars driving by loudly or see more than 2 cars on the street, please?
You can come by anytime. You can come by early in the morning. You can come by during traffic hours. What's your interest all of a sudden? Paige will be here Thursday at 5:30. You're welcome to come.
All right, I'll swing by if I can. Thanks.
Okay, anyone else?
Yes. John Pergolin, you can go ahead and begin when you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. John Pershall in District 1. Please bear with my speech. I'm having a tooth implant and missing a front tooth. I would like to address Mayor Light's rebuttal titled, "It's Complicated and the Easy Reader." Mayor Light, you commented the District 1 complaints about truck traffic have been responded to with enforcement conducted on several occasions. And yes, we thank the Redondo Police and the Highway Patrol for their efforts. During those operations, you also said speeders were also pulled over and ticketed. Well, let me put a few things into perspective. It was like pulling teeth, but I recently acquired the police traffic reports from PV Boulevard and Prospect Avenue from January 2nd to July 28th. There were a total of 101 infractions, 183 warnings for a total of 295 stops. The actual days for the stops totaled 82. Based on actual video captured, I have reported many occasions there was over 100 trucks across the intersection on any given day. From January 2nd to July 28th, it's 207 days, there are over 20,000 trucks. A large percentage of these enter Prospect Avenue from PV Boulevard, from PCH, which has nothing to do with Torrance truck routes. Truck traffic stops in the report were 18 infractions, 73 warnings for a total of 91 stops. Far cry from 20,000 trucks. Redondo Beach Police Department conducted traffic speed study in the corridor using a stealth radar device. During the period of the study, there were 46,753 speeders reported in only 3 directions. That translates into over 2,300 a day. The speeding stops in the report were 13 infractions, 18 warnings, for a total of 31 stops for speeding. I know there have been dozens and dozens of calls made about cars and trucks going through the stop sign at PV Boulevard and Avenues. The stop signs in the report were 34 infractions, 78 warnings, for a total of 112 stops. In fact, today there was an accident up there about 2:30. I don't know what happened. Word was somebody went through the stop sign and hit a kid on an e-bike. The 5 entries made to the traffic portal, I captured on video 332 vehicles that went through the red light at the intersection in only one direction. There were 0 documented red light stops in the report. In all cases, warning tickets exceeded infraction tickets. You can't make any money that way. Based on these statistics, it's very clear, Mayor Light, that you're way out of touch with what our real issues are in District 1, and that's the reason you did not get our votes. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
Yes, Bernard Dubois, you can go ahead and begin when you're ready.
Are you there?
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Apologize. Good evening, Mayor Light and City Council. I'd like to speak a little bit on safety. I live on the 500 block, north block of Prospect Avenue. And my little history is I grew up on the avenues. In the 1970 time, I wanted a mini bike because my neighbor kids had mini bikes, all of our friends. And my parents made me work for it, mowing lawns, paper route, and all that good stuff. Got my mini bike, had a little dirt lot next to us, used to ride around in there. One day, I ventured out and rode it on the street with my buddies and their mini bikes. Well, it didn't take very long, but one of Redondo Beach finest pulled up behind us with the lights on, scared the living dickens out of us. And I keep remembering the officer was Mr. Forget it. Anyway, moving forward, it was kind of tough. We got pulled out and brought our mini bikes back to our house and got a big talking from the police department not to ride them on the street. So moving forward, we have the e-bikes. I read information online about the e-bikes fatalities since 2021, I believe. It's up 500% of fatalities and injuries on e-bikes. Hey, I'm all for having e-bikes and kids getting to school, a quicker way when the parents can't deliver them. As a matter of fact, I saw a parent this weekend teaching their daughter about the safety rules of crossing the street in front of Prospect and Vincent. Well, she was out there learning. The father was in his Tesla driving around and talking to her as she's driving and where she's crossed and all that good stuff, and mentioned that she had taken the online course for riding her e-bike. Well, the first thing she made a mistake of is she was going to cross the street in front of my house to the Beach City's entry, but she was on the wrong side of the street. And the father was across the street, in short, yelling, "Don't cross there, cross on the crosswalk side." Well, if she had been in that section a minute or so before, she would have been hit by a car that was probably hitting close to 50 miles an hour that ran a red light. So the father saved his daughter, basically. And my wife actually got involved and talked to the girl and all that stuff and gave her opinion, and that was it. Moving forward, cars today, what they call supercars, have a speed of 0 to 60 in 2.3 seconds. Supercars is Ferraris, Maseratis, and so forth. We have a group of them that come down our street. We live in a good neighborhood that people can afford these kind of cars, including Tesla. I think Tesla is a great EV car. I'm not against all EV items. I just don't like how everybody's driving them and the safety rules that are involved with them. Long story short.
That's time.
Your time's up.
Sorry.
Anyone else?
No other hands raised, but there are 3 e-comments on non-agenda items.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have no public hearings, no items continued from previous agendas. We do have one item under items for discussion prior to action, and and that is item N1, which regards our second half of our general plan update. Floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, City Council. So tonight, we're going to have a policy discussion on the Artesia Aviation Corridor. This falls under the umbrella of the general plan update, more specifically the land use element update. And really the purpose of this discussion is to evaluate policies and regulations that will help revitalize the corridor and help it be more prosperous moving forward. Just to give a little background on the general plan update project, it was initiated in 2016 by the City Council. A committee was formed, the GPAC. They met 27 times. It evaluated updating the land use element, the open space and conservation element, the safety element, and the noise element. That concluded last year, and then last summer we took it to the Planning Commission for review, and they had several meetings with it. Then in October, we brought it to the City Council and provided an overview of the general plan update. We had multiple meetings throughout October, and then in November, the City Council adopted actions specific to implementing the housing elements, and that was necessary to meet a state law, a state requirement. We tabled the other items related to the general plan. However, the City Council did certify the environmental impact report for the entire general plan update. So that was completed last November. A little bit about the land use elements, since that's what the focus is on tonight. The purpose of the land use element is really primarily related to planning and zoning. It sets a blueprint for the physical development of the city. It has policies that address future land use throughout the city. It also sets the floor area ratio allowances. And the floor area ratio is basically a percentage of what you're allowed, of the site, of the area of the project site that you're allowed to build, how big the building could be. And I'll get into that a little more later. During the October discussions, as we really evaluated the land use element, we hit on four main topics. One was the Artesia Aviation FAR allowance and the development standards. That came up, and that's what we're going to be focusing on tonight. We also got pretty deep into the public institutional zone floor area ratio allowance. That's going to be saved for a later meeting, a later date. And then also historic preservation policy and the standards for non-conforming buildings and uses. So those items will return, and I'll explain that when I go over the schedule later in the presentation. But tonight, like I said, the focus is Artesia and aviation. And one of the projects that came out, the update to the general plan, was the Artesia Aviation Corridor Area Plan, also referred to as the ACAP. And it was adopted by the City Council in 2020. And what this plan does is it sets a vision for the corridor, a vision for revitalization and redevelopment. It includes strategies in that document as well, some of which require action on the part of the city, such as public way improvements, potentially shutting down cross streets of traffic to have farmers markets and activities such as that. Some we're in the process of doing, which include more art along the corridor to help beautify it, and a banner program. So really just a focus on placemaking for the corridor and revitalizing it. In terms of the some of the barriers to the redevelopment of the corridor, the plan identifies that the development standards and the small lot sizes really pose a barrier because the property owner is not necessarily incentivized to redevelop their property because they're limited in terms of what they can build. And they're also hit with some pretty onerous parking requirements as well. So as a result of that study, the City Council did take action and increase the FAR from 0.5 to 0.6. I mean, what that means, if you have a 10,000 square foot lot, it's a 0.5 FAR. You'd be allowed to do a 5,000 square foot building. If it's 0.6, it'd be 6,000. So it's a percentage of the lot size. The City Council also reduced the parking for preferred uses. That included restaurants and office uses. The parking requirement for restaurants was very high and pretty much limited any restaurant from going into space that was occupied by retail or office or any other use. So those zoning code amendments were made. However, it was acknowledged that there is more that's needed in terms of the development standards. So in the land use element that's part of this general plan update, it sets the FAR ratios for the different zones in the city, and it recommends a 1.5 FAR, and that was based on city council review of it and GPAC input and some different considerations that went into that recommendation. So really, we're evaluating the 1.5 FAR tonight. And I do want to note that the EIR that was certified by the council in November covers up to 1.5 floor area ratio FAR for the corridor. So the staff report does identify some of the challenges on these sites with achieving this 1.5 FAR. I have an example on the slide that highlights it. So for example, for a 10,000 square foot lot, you'd be allowed to build a 15,000 square foot building at a ratio of 1 space per 300 square feet. For the commercial use, you would need to provide about 50 spaces. That includes drive aisles and other ingress and egress. And that would come out to about 17,500 square feet of land area that would need to be devoted to parking, which is substantially larger than the size of the lot. So I think this really illustrates some of the challenges of having these higher FARs and also accommodating the parking. Also, currently, there's a 30-foot height limit, 2-story limit along the corridor. This would need to likely go up to accommodate a higher FAR. Probably not so much in height, but more of the story barrier would probably have to increase to 3 stories. And then there's also an open space requirement in our zoning code that requires it for any project on a lot of 15,000 square feet or larger. Wanted to make sure that was clear. 10% of the floor area that you're granted for the building has to be dedicated to outdoor public open space. So that's another barrier in terms of achieving the 1.5 FAR. So we commissioned a study to help illustrate some of the challenges of building at different floor area ratios on these small lots when factoring in the parking requirements. So this came from the study, and I'm using the ones that were in the staff report, but there were more as an attachment and additional ones also. This is a 6,500 square foot lot. It's at a 0.39 FAR. That's less than what we allow now. You can get about a 2,500 square foot 2-story building on that. It would require about 8 to 10 parking spaces. And as you can see on the aerial view on the left, the building takes up probably less than a third of the lot, and the rest of it's devoted to parking. So that's one example of the 0.39 FAR. That same 6,500 square foot lot at a 0.64 FAR, which is more in line with what we allow right now. Currently, the code allows 0.6 FAR. You can get a 4,200 square foot building, 2 stories. It takes up close to half the lot area. It would require approximately 17 spaces. The consultant put 14, but upon estimating that, it's more likely 17. This would require valet to be able to fit the cars in a compressed space. If you do the drive aisles, it's going to take a lot more space in the parking area. Then this is that same 6,500 square foot lot at a 0.84 FAR, which is almost a little more than half of the 1.5. 5,500 square foot building. It would need to be 3 stories. You would need 22 parking spaces, and you would likely need some kind of mechanical lift to store the vehicles vertically on the site in order to achieve that FAR. And then finally, this is an example of a 19,500 square foot lot. This is a larger size corner lot in this example. This is at the desired 1.5 FAR. You get a 29,000 square foot building, 3 stories. You would need about 98 to 117 parking spaces. So you would need to go 3 levels deep with a parking structure, which really, to my understanding of what the cost is, that would likely that would be unlikely. I did some estimates, and it would probably exceed $10 million just to build the parking structure alone for that. So I think these, and there's other studies that are in the packet, really help illustrate some of the challenges of building at the higher FARs on these sites with the parking requirements. So if the city is to increase the FAR limit for these lots, we would need to modify development standards. That would be the height limit allowance, the stories, number of stories, at least to 3 stories and maybe 36 feet in height. Also likely eliminate the open space requirements, but we'd also need to address the parking. So the city could consider potentially eliminating the requirement for parking at the site. And if we were to do this, there's other programs, other things we could do to help offset some of the parking needs of the area. There could be a parking in lieu fee that they could pay to help support parking programs rather than providing it on site. This could help support city-owned parking facilities at the site, parking garages, parking lots. We could also help facilitate some of the underutilized parking lots and making those more accessible to other properties and having shared parking. There's also, as noted as an attachment in the report, parking cash out programs, which is where the businesses will pay their employees to take transit and to not park in the neighborhood. And we could do something with the permitting of the business where it'd be a requirement within this district. So those are just some options, but it does seem that in order to achieve, even at the current 0.6 FAR, which is what we allow, there's going to have to be some reduction or elimination in parking. So I wanted the council to be aware of that.
And before you go on, Mayor, may I ask a quick question about that specific issue? Thank you. If we were to eliminate a parking requirement for a few developments early on, would we then have the flexibility to later down the road, if needed, reinstate that or make adjustments?
We would. So it would be through a zoning code amendment. The city council could waive a finite amount of parking spaces, cap it. So maybe the first, 500 parking spaces required for projects they don't have to provide, and then beyond that. I do see some of this. We're in a mode of experimenting, testing things out a bit in order to get the desired result of revitalization of the corridor. And, we may have to pivot depending on our experience working with some of these code amendments.
Okay. And to the city manager, would we maintain the flexibility to pivot later as needed on something like that?
Yes, absolutely. I think it would be a desired problem to have. We have the opposite occurring today, where we have an abundance of parking and street right-of-way and other adjacent lots that is totally underutilized. So if and when we reach that threshold of concern, we would be able to make adjustments to our code.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Mayor.
Where do we have abundant parking?
On Artesia Boulevard.
Oh, one of my
Every one of those
deterrents is I try to pull into a place and there's no parking.
On-street
Yeah.
parking.
No way. There's plenty.
Plenty of parking on street.
I pull into their parking lot, it's full.
Well, you got to use the parallel parking on Artesia, but that parallel parking on Artesia is always available.
60% occupied 60% of the time. Like only 60% of it's occupied.
And that there was actually data through the ACAP analysis that showed that we had a total surplus of available
I
parking.
remember that, but also I'll go drive it again. But
Come to dine around and see what it's like.
I went last year. I had trouble parking.
That may be the one time where it's congested. But otherwise,
I went to Las Precias the other night. I couldn't find a place.
I met Councilmember Barrett at Michael's. He parked right in front of Michael's, and there's a spot right there.
I can park at the post office right at the door every time.
I go to the dry cleaners, park right in front of the dry
North
cleaners.
Annex.
So to the mayor's point, if in the future, if we were to make that kind of parking adjustment, if there was a need to pivot, we could pivot.
Absolutely. And I think, to Mark's point, we want to, I think, take more demonstrative action here, find out what can work, and then analyze and evaluate as we move forward. And if we start to see concerns or choke points, we adjust from there. Right now, we just don't have a demand. We have a supply problem. We don't have a demand problem. That's what we would ultimately like to see when we have a revitalized corridor.
And some of the supply is identified in the ACAP is on private property. Actually, quite a bit of it is. So that's why I mentioned the shared parking lot programs, where maybe the city could help facilitate that. Possibly, if we unencumber some of these sites, right now they have to provide a certain amount of parking for the use that they have. If that becomes unencumbered, they could make it available to lease to other neighboring businesses or properties. So there.
And if I may, the open space one, I know on GPAC, and Councilmember Waller was on there, we talked about cutting off some of the streets so that we could do streetlets that would provide some open space for the community to gather in between the restaurants and the shopping there. So that could be, rather than required on site where it's so small it's unusable.
Parklets, yeah.
Let's move out on some of those streetlet or parklets or whatever they call them, where you dead end the street and you put some tables and landscaping and all that. It just seems to me like that's a good solution instead of the 10%.
Yeah, and one that's probably more accretive to the overall enhancement of the area. I think what we're finding with the 10% open space requirement is, and you saw those in the drawings that Mark laid out, if you overlaid those parking constraints were without the 10% requirement. The minute you add that, you choke it down even further. Yeah. So it's a good. It would be a nice to have. It's just not something we can accommodate with our current parcel sizes.
And the other thing in GPAC, which I think is in the ACAP, is buying some property and putting public parking there, kind of like what, well, we didn't buy it, but putting the parking on the right-of-way on Artesia.
Right. And that was one of our early visions for that, was to try to create additional parking there for that facility and hopefully for the area. And the in lieu fee that Mark speaks of could eventually build a bank that we could use to identify lots when they come available for that purpose. We also want to give, I think, the commercial sector, the private sector, an opportunity to decide what it thinks it needs to support whatever business that it's proposing to build. And if they need on-site parking, I think they'll find a way to propose it. And if they can live with it somewhere else, I think they'll lean that way. And we want to create flexibility for the development community as we create these policies and update them.
Yeah, and I haven't seen traffic demand management work anywhere. I know when I worked up at the El Segundo, all the companies there are under traffic demand management, so they keep begging people to take the metro or take Uber or all that, and they're scrambling to get the credits that are required.
And one of the options mentioned or referenced in the packet was also doing like a neighborhood parking permit, so that the neighborhood would not be impacted as greatly by the overflow parking. So that's something else to consider. But I think it's a dynamic issue, and it's gonna take multiple different actions to solve it.
Okay.
So.
I just wanted to add one point. In other cities, for smaller properties, which we have a number of on Artesia, they actually waive a certain number of the first parking spaces required. So let's just say if a site is less than 10,000 square feet, they might waive the first 5-10 parking spaces required. One of the issues with the smaller development sites is that once you start requiring a lot of parking or doing things like tandem parking lots and requiring valets or even the mechanical lifts, those are very expensive relative to the amount of revenue that the actual commercial space will generate. So it makes it, in reality, not an option to do those sorts of things. Just like the subterranean space, you said costs $10 million. On a small lot that's maybe 4,000 square feet, it's just really not an option. So coming up with something to address that I think will be key to Artesia.
And we constantly bring up Riviera Village as a success story for us economically. And if you look at the village, most of the time when you go down there, you don't park on private property. You don't park in a lot that is owned and operated by the business itself. You park in a communal space of some sort. And sometimes you walk multiple blocks to get there. Mm-hmm. That's ultimately the problem that we want to create on Artesia Boulevard.
Right. Okay.
A little different configuration, though. Yeah.
Although I'd also...
Not as linear.
Yeah, rectangle, not triangle.
I also like to hope that we find the problem in time so that we don't, some of the issues that Riviera's had with an abundance of restaurants and then, the relaxed parking. So it's good that we're thinking now about experimenting and seeing what works and setting up like, the quotas or limits instead of just like, let's just go this way until we find, the pendulum swung too far. But shared parking or public parking are really the easiest solutions there for that, so we can relax the parking for these tiny lots.
Okay, well, I just have a few more slides to cover here. So some of the other things referenced in the report, other options, program options for the corridor, possibly putting a maximum build-out cap on the square footage that's allowed through the FAR increase. This was something that was suggested. It came up with one of our guests for the Economic Development Subcommittee, and it could potentially be a way to incentivize property owners to redevelop their properties because it's a limited resource in a sense, being able to redevelop your property. So,
so a race to be under the cap.
That's correct. So something to consider if the council is interested in pursuing that. Staff would like to research it more, explore it more, and see how it's been used in other cities and what the success rate has been. Also, is recommended that we consider adopting a property maintenance ordinance. I provided an example in the packet. It's actually one I personally worked on with the last city I was with. And the idea is that it just requires the properties, some are in poor condition, to improve the aesthetics, improve the maintenance of the site. They wouldn't necessarily need to be in pristine condition, but they would need to be in good condition. And I think that's laid out pretty well in the ordinance, and that's something that the city council could consider adopting. And I see it as an economic development effort because if you upgrade the look of the buildings, the aesthetics of the corridor, that's going to increase the values and the desire to be there for businesses and redevelopment. So that could be an important tool.
Can we make that one citywide?
That is an option as well. In the staff report, it was suggested that maybe we start with the corridor as kind of a pilot program. But it could be applied to the other commercial districts. There will be added enforcement that would go with that, and there may be some need for added staff if we expand the program. So that's also something to consider. And then finally, and last but not least, is considering allowing mixed use along the corridor. So it was noted in the staff report that there are various state laws that allow residential along commercial corridors currently, namely AB 2011 and SB 6. In fact, we're in the process of processing an application for one of those along PCH. And those laws allow for housing development in areas that are zoned for commercial and other uses. So by allowing the mixed use along the corridor, in my estimation, the city would have more control over it because currently, if you defer to those laws, the developer could do 100% housing for the project, where if we allow it, those state laws are not applicable, and we can require that there be a commercial component or that it be commercial on the ground floor, and we could include standards with that as well. And I think if we are going to do the mixed use, we should have standards for the commercial development in terms of the amount of glazing that faces the public way, the ceiling height. Really, the intent is to make it more prominently commercial on the ground floor. So that's something to consider.
Can I ask a question here as well? If we did have the mixed use, would we be able to set limits on either the number of units or the density or location, third floor only, second and third floor only? Do we have that ability if we did that?
I think maybe before Mark, I'll let him answer, but I do want to caveat this. We put a primer into the blue folder tonight, give you a little bit of a reference of what SB 6 and AB 211 look like. If the council is interested in exploring mixed use, to your question, Councilman, that's exactly what we would want to ensure that we could control and set time, place, and manner for that. And if we can, under the law, and if arguably it gives us more regulatory control than, say, these current bills, perhaps it does make sense for us to pursue this. But this is going to take a little deeper dive, I think, and this is an evolving area of state law, as you all know. So go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, so we would be able to limit the density and the location within the building, like if it's confined to the third story or second and third story only. The only instance where that would be overridden by state law would be density bonus law, where they can, if they do affordable housing, they're entitled to a certain number of additional units beyond the density we allow. It is finite, it's not unlimited, and it's tied to the number of affordable units. It seems like most developers find within the range of 10 to 20% of the units being affordable as being something, and I think they may get them an extra unit or two. But and density bonus applies, it would apply in combination with the state housing laws also. So in either case, density bonus law would apply on the corridor.
Ask a couple questions. Thanks for putting this together. It sounds like a deeper dive is going to be done on the application of these laws to our corridor in the first place. Maybe they're not applicable. And the city attorney may have an opportunity to look into that as well, perhaps with you.
Yeah, that'll be collaborative for sure.
Yeah. Mixed use residential doesn't have a good history in our neighborhood on Artesia Boulevard in spurring commercial and retail. So I'm a little reluctant to kind of turn this over to go to mixed use and they'll build it. It hasn't happened, but nonetheless, please do take a closer look at that. And you mentioned the density bonus law. You want to talk about losing control. I mean, year after year, the bonus becomes bigger. The intent behind that's very good. We need more housing, more affordable housing, but things do get lost, as you know. It gets taller, it gets wider. So I want to proceed carefully with that. Property maintenance ordinance, I took a look at that. It was very interesting. I like the concept. With respect to Artesia Boulevard in particular, I'd want to be very careful. I wouldn't want to do anything that would discourage the development we're trying to achieve in the first place with, potentially a Byzantine overlay of regulations and things that anybody who's going to come in and hopefully put millions and millions of dollars into a development is going to keep it clean, going to keep it nice. So there may be other areas of the city where folks may be interested in doing that in their district or their corridor. But with Artesia Boulevard, I'd want to study that very carefully before blessing it. Did you want to comment on that?
Yeah, and I've had the same thought you did as it pertains to the property maintenance ordinance. We don't want to have an unintended consequence of creating yet another barrier to the new development that we're seeking. The one query I think I would want to flush out a little bit as we research this more is perhaps would there be a scenario where a new developer would come in knowing that some of the older structures that haven't yet turned over or might not be in process, if they knew this type of standard or ordinance were going to be applied to their neighbors, would that perhaps engender them to want to come more quickly? So I would like to at least flush that out with the development community to see if perhaps it might incentivize folks to feel more confident that their neighbors are going to look better when they do indeed build.
Smart of you to think of that and to poll the development community and owners, and I know Mark's done a great job on that as well. So let's figure out what the reality is.
Yeah.
And then on the maximum build out cap, I like the concept of kind of use it or lose it to encourage developers to come in, and the cap would be here's how much FAR we're going to allow on the boulevard. You mentioned unintended consequences. I wouldn't want a situation where one developer is first to market and then another developer who says, well, I got a 3-year plan. I was going to put in 20 million, but this guy's already gobbled up all the FAR. I'm going to move to a different city. I'd want to drill down on that.
Yeah.
And then I'd be concerned if we had that great problem where multiple developers wanted to build out. Well, if we say, hey, we got a cap and you have developer A first to market, and then we say, wow, we got developer B, never mind the cap. Developer A is going to say, hey, I want this cap. I'm locking down the FAR on this street, and you can't just let another developer come. Seems like it could get a little sideways. Is that something you, Mark, and go ahead, Mike?
Yeah, I share that concern and sentiment, the equitability of it, the distribution, that could eventually become a concern for us with competing projects. I actually think the notion of this parking relaxation early on might be the better incentive to spur initial investment than even the cap would be. And I think the cap at a standard 1.5 across the boulevard allows for clearer fairness, and parking would have a far more tangible, I think, ability for us to say, hey, listen, we've reached this threshold, we have concerns, we need to make changes. So for those of you who got in, great, but now you're subject to the new standard.
Okay.
Easier to defend, I think, ultimately.
Yeah, and I would say supporting that, there is the survey that we conducted, and parking did rate as the #1 regulatory barrier to redevelopment.
That was a great survey, by the way.
Oh, thank you. One more point to the mixed use, then I'll wrap this up. So in addition to the state laws that seem to override local zoning when it pertains to housing, also if our goal is to incentivize redevelopment, residential may be the most likely uses you would get on those second and third stories. If we're going to allow additional FAR, I'm not sure if it's likely they would be incentivized to build up and put office, or I'm not sure what else would go on the upper stories if it wasn't residential. So just something to consider. So the recommendation is to receive the report and provide direction to staff on the following policy recommendations. That would be increasing the FAR from 0.6 to 1.5. Sorry, I updated this presentation somehow. Didn't get fully updated. Increasing the FAR from 0.6 to 1.5, considering allowing vertical mixed use, that's residential above commercial, eliminating the on-site parking requirements, modifying the height and story allowance to 3 stories and 36 feet, eliminating the open space development standards. We already discussed the cap on the floor area build outs, and then also direction to prepare a property maintenance ordinance and any other direction the city council may have on other options for this. I will note that the only item that was going to be addressed through the land use element is the FAR, the 1.5 FAR. The rest of the changes would be zoning code amendments, and we would be bringing that to the city council either concurrently or just following the update to the land use element. And sorry, Mike, I don't know what happened in my other presentation. I did fix it. This provides a schedule, a tentative schedule for the project. So right now we're in August, we're starting our review of the land use element. The intent is that we would return in September to evaluate the remainder of the land use element items. That includes the public institutional FAR, historic preservation, non-conforming uses. We would return with this item with any direction from the council on the corridor plan. And then the goal is to get that adopted by October, the land use element, and then we would bring forward the zoning ordinance in November, approximately November, December, that would effectuate some of these policy items that we're discussing in the 1.5 FAR. Then following that, we would return with the other 3 elements of the general plan, which I think are going to be a bit more straightforward in nature and should be a faster process to adoption. And then we would have to schedule for an election on Article 27 for the land use changes in the land use elements. Primarily the Artesia Aviation Corridor.
If I may, Mayor, quickly.
Councilmember Obaji had his hand up.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I was just going to ask 2 items. One, in passing, you mentioned potentially raising the height limit on Artesia Boulevard. I've seen a range between 30 to 45 feet, 30 to 36. Any thoughts on that? We already have some tall residential buildings on Artesia. What are your thoughts? What is the development community? That has to be weighed against residences. So I don't know if city manager or yourself, Mark, have any?
Yeah, I can speak to that. So when we return to the city council with the zoning ordinance, we intend to provide some options. There's a minimum height that's needed for each story.
Minimum.
And we can identify what that is. I'm thinking it's probably going to be around total 35 feet in total for a 3-story building.
Okay.
And then look at what the options are if we want to allow for taller. And then there'll be some analysis of other buildings along the corridor and what their heights are. It's primarily 1-story buildings, but we would like to provide that data so you have that for consideration.
Yeah, and we'll bring some of that back, but I would like the council to think, and as I think about this and sort of boil it down to maybe the top 3 policy concerns, it's ideally eliminating parking standards or significantly reducing them. It's looking at the height requirements that we have today. To your point, Councilman, and Mark mentions 10 to 12 feet per floor. I think we would like to give the development community a little more flexibility.
More flexibility.
Particularly on that ground floor. I think what we've heard from the community and through our economic development outreach is we need higher ceilings in that first floor in particular to really, for people to feel comfortable, to be inviting, to create flexible space. If we did ultimately end up integrating mixed-use concepts, you really need that flexibility on that first floor for load in, load out, attractiveness, storefronts, et cetera. So I think we want to, whatever we can tolerate on the height side that accommodates 3 stories, I think we want to seriously consider it because we want to give the development community that flexibility. Okay. And then ultimately, I think we have the consistent FAR that we've studied at 1.5 across the boulevard. See where that takes us. Yeah. And again, that's also something we can reduce later without supplemental environmental work. We can make that choice to go down and far down the road if for some reason we saw massive, parcel after parcel development. That wouldn't require a subsequent Article 27 vote because we would be reducing capacity. So again, we would have the ability to pivot in that regard. So I think we want to be aggressive. Councilmember Kalujetovich and I had a conversation today. I think she mentioned the word bold. I think we need to take some bold steps here early on and make a change.
That's all I was going to say, was just bold.
Yeah. We got to do something bold here. And we got to be willing to try it out and be ready to evaluate the impacts and then make adjustments to make sure that our residents are staying along with us with these changes.
Okay. And to state the obvious, but perhaps not, development, energizing Artesia Boulevard is a top issue in the city and certainly in our districts that are right there. I mean, we know that, the residents know that. And I like what's been said, not only about being bold, but pivoting when needed later on. We could make reductions, we could correct course if needed. So thanks for your work on that. I did my second question very quickly. If Mark can go back to the timing slide. There's 2 questions.
Yeah, sure. Let's see.
Right here. Thanks for laying this out. Mm-hmm. I see that you have a March-April special election and you have 2 items on there, the PI FAR and the Artesia FAR and other perhaps Artesia amendments. Depending where this discussion proceeds in the direction that's given, could at least the Artesia portion be done earlier or not? Could it be part of the November election? So as a practical matter, could it be? Secondly, is there any downside to doing that as a standalone?
I think the first answer is just from a timing perspective, I think we need an 90-day advance call for the election, getting ballot materials and the like together. So I don't think the November election is really an option. Okay. Even just sequentially, but strategically, I think what's important is if the council wants us to focus on that and implement those policies as quickly as we can and make that and be prepared perhaps to have 2 votes. I mean, that the downside would be we would be looking at 2 separate election expenses. We could do a more accelerated schedule for just the policies that affect the corridor. We could. That is an option. It would just require the expense of funds.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Obaji.
Councilmember Obaji.
All right. So Artesia Boulevard needed a radical transformation 4 years ago. We identified the parking problem. In the ACAP, it was actually identified before I was even elected that parking is a barrier to people coming and redeveloping Artesia Boulevard. It's so disappointing that we've never had the option to eliminate the parking requirement or presented the option or recommendation to eliminate the parking requirement until today. more than 4 years after I've been on council, calling for transformative change on Artesia Boulevard. But it is what it is. So there has been significant progress on Artesia Boulevard from the standpoint of quality of life, code enforcement being put in the police department and starting to enforce on blighted property owners. There are still, if you could light up 2B, there are still blighted properties that are not maintained on Artesia Boulevard, and it's because we don't have any sort of proactive enforcement. It's all complaint-based, and we can do better, and we should do better. We do have other problems here too. This is Artesia and Aviation. This is Rite Aid, it's empty. Tons of parking, it's empty. Shut down. This is Ion. Brand new restaurant, went in there 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, out of business. Okay, let's go elsewhere on Artesia Boulevard, the other side. This is the Great Room, out of business, tons of parking. Okay, what is happening here? We've taken too long, and these owners, I'm in touch with this owner. Hey, you got any ideas what should go here? Yeah, tons, give them tons, okay? But we haven't created the right conditions. So I fully support eliminating the parking requirements. I would love to have a parking problem on my hands. But from what I can tell you is there's plenty of, what I can show you is there's plenty of parking on Artesia Boulevard. I've never had a problem. Go to the grocery outlet CVS site. There's tons of parking, empty parking on that site. When you look at the other places that are successful in Southern California that have 2 lanes going in each direction, Colorado Boulevard in Pasadena, 2nd Street in Belmont Shores, Long Beach, they do not have, and in fact, Pasadena has a prohibition on surface, on off-site parking being on Colorado Avenue. So you gotta put the parking elsewhere, not on the main thoroughway. I would favor that kind of prohibition here on Artesia Boulevard, except for perhaps a public parking lot that the city owns and develops, because I just don't see too many opportunities for the city to acquire interior land to offer, since the surrounding land is residential. I am concerned about the height, but I do agree that a 45-foot height limit needs to be imposed for the same reasons. People don't want to go to a low ceiling place, low ceiling restaurant. They'd like a high ceiling, and you're not going to get 3 stories without providing 45 feet total. But I would like a setback relative to the rear property lines adjacent to the residences. I do think that people would trade, they would rather have a renovated, revitalized Artesia Boulevard and have a taller building next to them in their neighborhood than continue to have what we currently have, which is just really unacceptable to a lot of folks who paid a lot of money to live next to this boulevard. So to answer the questions, which I have, I've actually gone and responded to these. Let's see, you can light up 2B again. So on the idea of an incentive, I agree with Councilmember Barrett insofar as we don't want somebody to have access to 1.5 and then relegate the next developer 3 years, 4 years down the line to 0.6. I think we want the development to be continuous here, but I do think that there needs to be an impetus, a trigger to get people to get off their laurels and actually do something with their properties, because if we increase the FAR from 0.6 to 1.5 right now, these longtime generational owners will be like, great, when my kids inherit this property and they want to sell it, they're going to have a lot of value that they just got because the FAR is higher, and they're going to get good money for it. And so instead, maybe what we could consider, with your feedback, Director Weiner, is what if we did 1.5 FAR for the first 4 years or 3 years, if you pull entitlements and apply? Otherwise, it falls down to 1.25 FAR. That's still a significant increase from where we currently are. It's just a 16% decrease from the maximum you'd still be able to cover your whole property at two stories with a 1.25. But that way somebody has a reason to get going. Or else, an alternative I thought of was maybe we reduce building, whatever fees people pay to the city in order to get their entitlements, maybe we discount those by 25%, for example, or 30%, whatever we could tolerate, if they seek them within the first 3 years of these entitlements going through. So would the city council like to increase the FAR? Yes. To 1.5, yes. Does the city council support the concept of placing a cap on the total floor area? I mean, not strictly like that, but perhaps what I just described, which is an incentive for people to get going on redevelopment earlier rather than later. Does the city recommend updating other development standards such as parking requirement reductions, increasing the number of stories 2 to 3? I'd say yes. And other things that have been, sign standards. So the owners of the Grub House are redeveloping the Artesia McKay. They're complaining about the Artesia Square sign. And that we don't have an ordinance, I think, prohibiting or allowing those types of signs. It's a huge, super tall sign. And then it was and code enforcement took action because it was broken, and they totally repainted and made that sign nice. But now 30 feet up in the air is a brand new, beautiful Goodwill sign. And that's what you see if you approach this new development that's going to come in on Artesia McKay, you're going to see the Goodwill sign. So we need to get control over stuff like that. I talked to across the street on, there's a liquor store next to McKay's Donuts. Guy just bought that liquor store, brand new ownership, changed the sign, went to that same exact red lettering that we have at the Manhattan Beach Smoke Shop or whatever it's called further down on Artesia Boulevard, because he can, right? And it pops, but it doesn't look good. It's not making Artesia Boulevard look good. So we need to get on top of signage as well. Parking requirements reduced. Should this be in association with the development of parking management plan? I don't know what a parking management plan is per se, but if you're talking about in lieu fees, sure. Not exorbitant in lieu fees, just something that gets into a fund, a parking fund for Artesia Boulevard that helps the city make headway towards rebuilding that fund, the appropriation that we had previously to acquire land for a parking site. Does the city council mixed use development with residential above commercial along Artesia Boulevard? So right now I'd say unwilling, period, right now. I think during budget discussions, Councilmember Barrett and I had a discussion with Director Weiner, and our thought was, I think our consensus was we'd start with these changes, see if they spurred development. If they didn't, and we saw after a year or two we weren't getting any applications, then we realized, okay, the only way we're going to do it is if we add housing, then we could do a housing mixed use overlay on the site, on the area to get it going. Property maintenance ordinance, I just want proactive code enforcement, or property maintenance ordinance, don't really care. However it occurs, just so that we don't have these old dilapidated properties on site. And I would also like a prohibition on off-street parking facilities being directly fronting onto Artesia Boulevard. Because it's just a bad
Other than
look.
a city lot.
What's that? Other than a city lot, right. And that says that, except a city public parking lot. And that's how this Artesia Boulevard was totally developed from the beginning. Was parking lots in front and the developments in the back. And it's just not working. It's not inviting. It's not inviting to pedestrians. It should be the other way around or, off-site parking. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, let's see, I'm gonna go. Let's see, first off, I'm definitely, I'm willing to look at something with mixed use, but out of the gate, I'm against it for multiple reasons. First off, we're talking about reducing parking or eliminating parking requirements, and yet studies for our area show that for every adult you have living in a unit, there's 1.1 to 1.2 cars. So where are they gonna park? So that just seems to fly in the face of reducing the parking requirements. And those are for sure people that are going to be looking for parking to be close to their place. The second is wherever, other than the Avenue I mixed use, every other mixed use development, vertical mixed use development we have in Redondo, the commercial underperforms because it's an afterthought. And even with One South, which is one of the newest, right out of the gate, they sold all their units before the construction was even complete. And to date, there's still vacancy. I think that was completed, 4 or 5 years ago. And the commercial's still not performing there. And we're about to see that. I predict on Legato, I hope I'm wrong, but 1800 PCH. That's one of the most underperforming commercial that we have. I hope Pacific Standard stays there, but we went to Ortega, I think it's 360 for years, and 120, whatever it was, for years, loved the bands in there, and all of a sudden they disappeared. Then there was another one that opened up that was there maybe 6 months and disappeared. Montecito, 2001 Artesia. It's all like travel agencies, nail shops, and stuff like that. So, we're trying to revitalize business, and that's what we need as a city to fund the general fund. When you put housing on top of it so far, other than the Avenue I one, we've had failures. And the reason I think the Avenue I one works is, number one, I didn't even know the Avenue I mixed use was mixed use for years because the commercial dominated the site. And there's just a few apartments on top that are slid way to the back. It wasn't until I started getting involved with the city that I even understood that was mixed use. And so one, commercial was the underdog there. I mean, commercial was the primary focus, and the residential was put, as a back burner item. Second, it's a very walkable district already. So unless you already have walkability and a crowd that's coming there for other things, it doesn't seem like they're likely to go in. I think some of the reason 1800 PCH doesn't work is you feel like you're parking in a cave when you go there. You go to fine dining, and you got to walk through a dungeon that's dingy, has black soot all over it, has the water from the air conditioners just trickling through, and it has the smell of dumpsters. So it's not an attractive shopping experience. So I'm out of the gate. I'm against the mixed use. The other thing I'm afraid of is once you introduce residential, your ability to control the other aspects like setbacks starts to disappear because it becomes viewed as an impediment to development. And so we're actually condoning that. And the last area let's say we are successful in getting some reasonability out of these mandates from the state. And so we could really focus on this being a business corridor. Now we're stuck with this mixed use. We'd have to go back, and I kind of disagree with your statement. Just because you downzone something doesn't mean you don't go through a DD vote. It's from what's already built. So you still have to evaluate if you change the zoning, if it's if it would allow more development from what's there today, it could trigger a DD vote. I'm great with the as long as we don't put housing on it, I'm great with the FAR increases. The 3-story, I tentatively support with the, up to 45 feet. But I do think we have to do like we did in the harbor and say it can't create like a wall-like appearance, because then it'll become it'll become an urban canyon. Property maintenance, I'm with Councilmember Obaji. I think the storefronts, the way they light up and the way they advertise on the storefront and on their signs, I think we need to get under control. Those ones with the bright lights all the way around, they certainly attract attention, but I wouldn't say they're attractive from a neighborhood perspective. And then all the advertising for all the controlled, the kind of substances you don't want your kids to see, having all those ads right up on front, I think is a deterrent to the look and feel of a nice, family-friendly neighborhood. So those are my inputs. The one thing I hope we'll eventually address is co-living. We've been, that's in our strategic plan. I'm deathly afraid of having co-living come forward without having any standards by which to adjudicate it. And I think we need to make that a priority.
That's not in this, is it?
Pardon?
It's not on this, right?
No. I just I don't see it falling under any of his topics. And maybe that's not in the zoning so much, that's in the weeds of other ordinances that aren't considered part of zoning. So, but I do think we need to address it. I'm just shocked we haven't had a co-living project come up. And maybe we do, we just don't know it yet. So that's all I had. I'll now defer to Councilmember Waller.
Thank you. I'd say in general, I agree with almost everything Councilmember Obaji brought up there. So for the FAR, I wasn't sure if 1.5 was as far as I'd want to go, but I would also defer to the council members from the north. So if I'm thinking 1.0, 1.25, and they like 1.5, I'm good with that. The cap, depending on how it's done, it's the unintended consequences I'm worried about, but think about it, and I'm okay on that as long as we think it through fully. Let's see. Now, some of the talk about the development standards, I think we actually want to talk about the signage and the design standards, so there's more of a unified look. If we're going to be having a lot of development come through there, it's a lot nicer when it's not haphazard and you see modern and old and ancient and everything else all mixed together. So if we could have a little bit of a design standard in there for everything so that the frontages all kind of look like, hey, this was meant to be here. That's the kind of thing that I like.
Can I ask a question
Yes.
on that? Do the design standards like that, let's say signage and the like, would that be part of this general plan land use element amendment, or that's a zoning code separate and aside from it?
No, that would be the zoning code separate from that. But we would be bringing that in the near future. It would be on the heels of the land use
Okay,
element
have you
adoption.
received that consensus then, though, that there's a demand for signage?
I have, yes.
Okay, cool. All
I have that noted.
But I don't know if I agree with they all should look the same. I just
No, I
don't want it
wasn't
to be
saying look the
gaudy and
same,
ugly.
but you don't want to have.
We need standards.
We want to create standards, but again, we want to maintain flexibility
Yes,
for
yeah.
new investments. So we don't want to micromanage it. We don't want to micromanage the design and aesthetic, but we want to create high quality standards. We can add words to the code that would engender
I'm
that.
not creating the standard. I'm just sort of saying, let's make sure that it's a little bit more unified and not a hodgepodge of random things. And along with that, might want to consider, if we're going to have multi-floor commercial, doing similar to what we've got in the Riviera Village that might be revisited about what can be on the ground floor. Real estate offices and dentist office and such would be on the second floor, and the first floor would really be the walk-in retail, shopping, dining, that kind of thing, I think is an important thing to have there. 3 stories, I think, is also pretty much needed for this. It doesn't mean everybody's going to be 3 stories, but having the ability to have 3 stories is important. Whether it's 45 feet, 39 feet, whatever that number is, I'm flexible on that. Leave that up to you. I'm okay eliminating the open space requirement on Artesia Boulevard. Parking requirements, I think that Councilmember Obaji had a good way of putting it there in what he's got there. Whether the city has parking, whether it's shared parking, but if you've got the in lieu fees that allow the city to be able to purchase, build, et cetera, the parking, I think that will work. I look forward to the time where we need to put parking meters on Artesia Boulevard. Yeah, it's the problem that the village has, but it's a good problem to have. And so I think that's what we want to see. It's too early. You guys don't need meters now. I don't want to do that now, so I'm not saying do it. But I'm looking forward to the point where the complaint is that we need them, like in 1957 or whatever it is, when Riviera Village Association asked for them. For the mixed use, again, like I said, with the limitations, as long as we put the limitations on there, I do think that mixed use is a way of making sure that the state doesn't come in and put out these laws that allow people to say, I'm just going to put in a residential because AB whatever or SB whatever, whether it's the ones that are there or the ones that are coming up. allow, if we can put something in there that says, yes, we've got mixed use, but maybe it's on the third floor only, and that way it's not going to be, it's going to be more like Avenue Y, like you mentioned. It's not going to be that, oh, this is housing with some retail and commercial. It's retail and commercial with some housing. And then the last one would be the property maintenance ordinance. And again, I think having that ordinance isn't for the people that are putting multi-million dollars into develop a new place to make sure they keep it up. It's to make sure that the places that Councilmember Obaji showed are kept up so that somebody is encouraged to do that development. I think having that ordinance there will actually be part of the reason why somebody's going to want to invest money into Artesia Boulevard, because they'll say, hey, look, they're making sure it's kept up. It's not that I have to keep it up, it's that my neighbors have to keep it up. You don't want to be the nice looking place on a street full of, you know.
PCH needs that too.
Let's get it on Artesia, let's see if it works, then we'll move it to PCH and a few other places in the city as well. But you're right, PCH does need that. And I believe that is it for my notes for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Yes, thank you. Councilman Obaji, can I ask you to put up your
Screen again, 2B, please.
Thank you. It's a good reference. And I agree with just about everything that you had up there. I think starting with a 1.5 bar is, we can always adjust. Let's see how it goes. I really like the suggestion of having the 1.5 and then potential, but for a limited time to incentivize development, you know, make it competitive and get people in the door. And the height limit is, we had discussed before rooftop dining on Artesia. That wasn't brought up tonight. But I guess how would that play in to a 30 or 45 foot height? Thank you. Thank you.
That would be part of the ordinance that we'd return with. In fact, I have a draft that we've been preparing in anticipation of that would put some standards on it.
Okay, because I think it's a good discussion. I mean, it's at the top of a hill. Imagine the views there.
Yeah, it could be some great views. I think the key question here is just if you could help articulate how height limits work. So it's on the rooftop, but then the 45 foot would be measured to what, parapets or other structures, or how does that work if we're just standing on the roof, conceivably?
Yeah, so the way the current draft would allow for a 10-foot open structure on top of beyond the height limit, but there would be limitations to the size of that structure. It would be like if they had like an outdoor bar with a small structure over it.
Bar would be
to that
taller
extent,
than the 45 feet.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think that's something we should consider, talk about what that.
But for ADA, they'd have to have an elevator. And so the elevator shaft would go up.
Would likely be the tallest.
That would be the tallest
Likely
part of the building.
tallest part of the structure, yeah.
Yes.
That would protrude beyond the 45 feet under the way it's written.
It would, okay. Well,
Potentially.
I mean, we can make that decision at some
Yeah,
point.
but I just wanted to bring it up because I think that's
Yes,
an
for sure.
exciting opportunity. And the in lieu parking fees, I do think this area is just, I mean, people drive by the corridor, they're not stopping. We want to get people out of their car, walking down the boulevard, right? So having a parking structure and using those in lieu fees to create that bank that we can fulfill that is my goal. I hope we all share that, and we'll see. Let's see. Mixed use development, I think, you know, I would argue, I disagree with the mayor on this, that I don't think it's that commercial, the mixed use is failing. I think just commercial in general is failing. So I think that's true across Artesia right now, and probably PCH. It is nail shops and other things that are not what we're kind of clamoring for. It's just commercial. So I think prioritizing commercial, but also giving the carrot to developers that maybe we add some residential. I'm not saying like 3 stories residential. I did like you had said like first, second story is commercial and then offering some residential. But I will say that with the caveat that I do want to better understand some of these laws that are coming in. And I would much prefer a mixed use situation and having some residential, even though like that big R on any zoning property makes us nervous in this environment, absolutely. But if this is a true corridor that residential would be allowed through the state, what makes me more nervous is that an entire property would become residential as opposed to a piece of it. So I do want to understand that better. And I don't know if that triggers, like, is it a certain size of property? What is that, like, how does that apply to these spaces that we really need to address here? And I would even say that you talked about the Legato, Mayor. I saw a Pilates studio, and I like Pilates, so I would be fine with having Pilates around. I know you like Pilates too. My point is the Pilates owner had to come to the planning commission to get a permit for their business. I think that's the onerous thing that we're putting on businesses in the city. We need to reevaluate, like, what is it that they, who needs to come before the planning commission? Let's make it easier for businesses. I know we're addressing that in a different situation, but I want to say that when it comes to businesses, there are things that we need to do to get out of our own way. And then as far as the maintenance ordinance, yes, great survey. And it showed that most of the properties are under ownership of over 10 years. And I would argue generational properties that have no incentive, and it's status quo. And I think we need to send the bold signal that status quo is not acceptable anymore. We have high standards. We're invigorating this space. We want investment. And if that's not something that some of the owners want to take upon themselves, maybe there's an opportunity that with the changes that we can make that gives them a buyout number that they're excited about. So we'll see. I think, again, we need to be bold. The last thing I will say is when we talk about open space, I would like us to be thinking about this busy commercial space with wide sidewalks and people walking out on these wide sidewalks. That's open space. That's people out of their cars, walking in front of storefronts in businesses that they're going to go spend money in. So I have no heartburn in removing that open space requirement because I think that's where we can use that open space. Those are my comments right now.
Councilmember Castle.
I just wanted to, coming back to the actual cost of implementing a lot of these changes that we're making, I want to make sure that we're doing our research in terms of talking with potential developers and investors about how practical some of these changes are. We don't want to end up in a situation where we increase the FAR to 1.5, but it would require, twice the area of the lot to do parking. One of the issues with an FAR cap that would decrease after a certain amount of time, again, on Artesia Boulevard, there are a number of small properties, and part of a developer's plan would probably be to acquire several of those properties in a row from different owners, and that in and of itself will take time. And if he's purchased one or two properties with the expectation of a 1.5 FAR, and it takes too long on the last property, and all of a sudden he can't get the FAR he originally paid for the other two properties, it creates a sort of risk dynamic for him that would make him, less incentivized to pay a higher price. So just things like that. I do like Councilmember Obaji's thought of ways to encourage them to do things within the next 3, 4, 5 years maybe. And again, other cities have used things like tax incentives or development fee discounts, things like that, to encourage developers to take action immediately. But again, when we're going through and planning these changes, I want to make sure that at the end of the day, that they're actually practical and that, it's something that developers would do. Things like if you have a 3-story building and you do residential on the top floor, you're definitely going to need an elevator. That means you can only do that realistically in a large building where you can amortize the cost of an elevator across lots of units. You're not going to do it in a building that has 1 or 2 apartments. Nor if you built an apartment on the 3rd floor, it's going to be tough to rent that because no one wants to walk up 3 flights of steps every day to get, to their house. So things like that, I think it's going to be important to think about the practical application of a lot of these changes to make sure that at the end of the day, we can get people to come in and build the buildings that we want and get the artesia we're trying to, achieve. Thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
Yeah, good points, Councilmember Castle and everybody, about the person who's acquiring properties. I know that's been a goal that we've had for somebody to aggregate those skinny properties. Have we conceived of any incentives for people to aggregate properties? Are we ever going to come forward with those?
We've been looking at them and they all center around parking. And the reality is, I think we just need to take the drastic step and eliminate the parking requirement. And I think if we do that, the merger incentive concept will happen organically because then it'll just be about market conditions.
And do you need specific direction as to whether it's discounted fees or fading FAR that we want to go with right now? Or we're kind of like, or can we just kick that to you and say, hey, we want some sort of incentive to get people to start developing within the next 3-5 years. Give us your best proposal for that, given Director Weiner's expertise.
I think if you're okay with it, I think we'll start there. I think Mark and I have been taking notes, and we hear very consensual, I think, commentary here. I think there's a lot of shared sentiment on how to approach this. We'll give you some options as it pertains to the incentive concept. And some of the pros and cons of each of those choices. We'll include the FAR sort of timeout, if you will, as an option. We'll include the fee reduction or a phased-in fee reduction program or a temporary fee reduction program as an incentive. I do think that if we relax parking standards and we eliminate them, and with the notion that we could have to pivot away from that later, that in itself may very well be the most incentivized circumstance. So we may not need the other two, but we'll flush those out for you. We'll give you some recommendations and some options on each of those, and we'll come back with a more refined option and ordinance.
And one other thing could be the in lieu parking fees that are reduced initially and then they hike up, at a later date.
Maybe there is no in lieu fee for the first 5 years or something, and then we go from there. Although ideally getting money in the early stage to eventually build the parking that would support the concern would make some sense. So, we'll flush that out for you. We'll give you those options in a more finite proposal. And as Mark said, we've been drafting this ordinance with some of these sentiments in mind. We'll start plugging in the final detail.
I'm sorry.
That's it. Thank you.
What's preventing us from dropping the parking requirement right now? Because since it's not in the zoning.
No, nothing. I think we can make that change fairly quickly, I believe.
Yeah, we could. We could bring back a zoning ordinance and the council can adopt that change.
I don't think that will be subject to the Article 27 process. Right?
And I know we don't have budget for meters, but we could start going for pay parking along Artesia to start building a fund.
That's after. We need people.
Once we have a demand problem.
I'll defer to you guys.
We don't have a demand
You
problem.
guys brought it up. I didn't even talk about paid parking.
We look forward to the conversation.
I'm just looking at what we can implement, to Councilmember Obaji's. It's been a long time since the ACAP was written and since we were on GPAC. If we can start implementing some of these incentives early.
I think parking is one we can.
Yeah.
So we'll if we can bring that up, if we can bring that back as a separate action, a standalone action, we'll do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say parking, the open space could be updated more immediately. The sign regulations, we can bring that back prior to the land use elements, even the rooftop dining standards. So we could actually knock quite a few of these out in the upcoming meetings.
And that would just go to Planning Commission, right?
Yes.
Cool. Let's do that.
And then, so I think we should move forward on the things we can as fast as we can, because I'm actually shocked. I thought we were moving towards a November vote on this.
Well, I mean, that's if we have it all packaged together. But I mean, this is a pretty big policy statement. It's a big change to go with no parking requirements. So I'm pleased to hear it. It's very bold.
Transformational change.
And if we put mixed use, don't we have to redo the parking analysis? I mean, the traffic analysis?
I don't know. I think we did we did a programmatic EIR. We'll have to look at that to understand that more granularly.
I guess if we're staying in the 1.5, but you may be able to skate by it. I just think with the state laws the way they are, it's a disincentive for us to actually encourage housing on a place that's not housing today, because we get penalized by it by the density bonuses. We lose control. Put red in residential unit, you lose control.
That is true, and we've been concerned about that. Unfortunately, what it also appears the state's now doing is eroding our control in exclusively commercial zoned areas as well. And if that happens, then we may be better off doing time, place, menu regulation for some level of residential.
Except it's hard to ratchet back once you put it out.
Agreed. So the key would be, can we keep it to that third floor
Well, and I think, if you looked at the old pre-glamorization of Huntington Beach, if you look at the old Huntington Beach, where the whole strip was lined with little mom and pop taco stands, hamburger stands, and a couple of surfers living on top, that's something I think, would be, I could buy into. But once you get to where the site is dominated by residential, and then you get these underperforming commercial, and I'm not denigrating Pilates. What I'm saying is, because I do it, I love it.
Yoga's better.
And they generally look good. The shops are usually well maintained. What I'm looking at is city revenues to the general fund, which they don't.
I think you've cited the appropriate example. The idea that you see a mixed-use project that you don't know is mixed use is the right example. And Avenue I has a couple, and they are very successful. They are working, but those are very strictly controlled. Those are not.
It's little residential, big commercial.
Very little residential,
big residential.
Yeah, primary commercial.
Yeah.
We ran into an elected council member and his mother at Michael's Cafe.
And his mother.
And she lives at the Montecito. And we asked her, how's the commercial premises on the bottom of the Montecito? Oh, is there anything there? Lives in the building on Artesia Boulevard.
Okay. Councilmember Barron.
Thank you, Mayor. If and when you do look at potentially an in lieu parking fee, it's a balance, right? So I've heard tonight nominal fee, maybe that's the way to go. You make the fee too high, to Councilmember Castle's point, then you've just piled on and it's counterintuitive. So that's sort of a delicate one. And then if you are going to look at a property management ordinance, you saw the photos that Councilmember Obaji put up of the vacuum cleaner repair shop and the massage place. So any kind of property management ordinance, it seems it can and should be common sense, baseline,
Chipping paint, exposed metal.
Chipping paint, exposed metal, very simple, very no problem-ish, not
prescriptive.
Yeah. So is that kind of clear what you conveyed on that?
It would be in the ordinance I provided as an example. It's articulated. And then the idea is with that ordinance, there would be a scorecard that would go with that would try to make it a bit.
Something a little, not interrupt, but very much.
We might have to look at something a little more de minimis, to start with. And we, again, something we could start small.
In objective, and I like the work that went into that ordinance. I found it stimulating, but there was stuff in there about if attracting rodents, like, well, says who, and then you're like chasing that around. And I don't know how it played out in the city, and I'm not prejudging it. Just the concept would be capture that objectively, basic. You saw the photos, kind of go from there.
Yeah, and again, we could hit the high points early, get the 4 or 5 major violation type issues. I mean, some of those are already covered in our code, and it's just a matter of enforcement. So we'll evaluate those 2 options.
And an ordinance doesn't have to wait for this vote.
No, that would not. That's like some of the other things that we could do.
Yeah, and you could get input from the development community on that as well. All right, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
quick question. I don't want to skip over this parking management plan and, make an error. What do you envision with the parking management plan? Do we need one right now?
No, I don't think we need one right now. Honestly, I think we can get rid of the standards and we'll develop the plan as we start to see builds.
Okay, cool.
And ideally, we want to work with the new developments that come in. They're going to have their own feelings on parking. Some are going to have a greater on-site need than others. And as we work with them, we can decide, hey, do we need to find off-site parking within a certain range? How can we help effectuate that, et cetera? So, no, I think we're good early on with that.
So I just have one point of clarification. So are you saying take the parking to 0 and let the...
Let's see what happens.
Market determine what they want.
Okay.
See what happens.
Okay.
Now, I agree with the mayor. If we did have residential as a component of allowable
Right,
use,
you need
we
some.
wouldn't take that to 0. There would have to be on-site parking for residential.
Right. Okay.
Is that, you're not looking for,
No, I think you've all given us pretty clear feedback tonight. This is, like I said, that we a lot of consensus up there on policy statements here tonight.
okay, we haven't heard from the public yet, which
Agreed.
may add or subtract from what we've been saying. So any member of the public wish to address this item? Oh, we got some cards first, so. Okay, first is Jim Mueller. And then Rick McQuillam, sorry.
Thank you. Good evening. It's a pleasure always and a privilege to address you. People are the key to revitalizing a city's commercial district. Where people congregate, others will join them to create viable economic opportunities for business. This is how revitalization happens. And so all of the cities in California that have been successful at revitalization have been very heavy in input from the people who live around those areas. And their revitalization efforts were shaped by that information that they got from those people. That's one thing. The other thing is that mixed use has been very successful in revitalizing. And I really have to defend 2001 Artesia, the Montecito. I don't think you could find a more successful development on Artesia Boulevard if you tried. It's been there for about 10 years. It has its own parking in 2 levels right inside the building, and there are 50 tax-paying residential units above it. It is, you can complain about the retail on the bottom all you want, but the retail environment around it is bad. So what retailer would want to have a store in there in that particular retail environment? Just ask yourself that. Much of the city's development plan addresses the floor area ratio, which boils down to parking. But another feature of successful cities who have successfully revitalized is they've done away with the parking requirement, and I'm glad to see that you kind of agree with that. Regarding the cost and time to implement this development plan, I looked through the plan thoroughly. I did not see cost and time in there. One thing I noticed in my exploration of cities' revitalization efforts is that it takes a lot of time and it does cost a lot of money to do that. So I was kind of looking for that. I do want to say that I suggest the city start with some simple projects like a public market, say in the Power Line Greenway. If you can get the permits to do it, that would bring people onto the street. NRBBA's Dine Around is a great thing to get people out and into the community and feeling a sense of community. The business people will see that and they will say, there's a market here. Right now, they see Artesia Boulevard and they see no market here. And once you get the people out into the environment, you will show them there's a market here. The people will come, and the people who live around that area are pretty wealthy. They will be great buyers and great customers. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for volunteering Saturday. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Joe.
I do want to make one caveat. The, mixed use development, while as I said, residential sells out usually before the development's even done. The city, in our own study, in our own revenues, we get $7.60 more on average per square foot from retail than we do from residential. So we're losing money when we force out good businesses or good business property and replacing it with residential. So, you know, just because they sell out fast doesn't mean the city's making money. The cost of services generally outweighs the revenues that come in from residential. So we need a strong commercial base to fund the services that residents require, to fund those parks, to fund public parking spaces and things like that, all the programs the city has. So, you know, to sit there and say that underperforming commercial is okay in mixed use, I disagree with. We can debate whether the situation's right for it, whether the location is the problem or whether the mixed use is the problem. But
I don't think any underperforming commercial is okay.
I don't either. So
There we go.
So we shouldn't pre-plan it by putting mixed use in. Okay, Rick McQuillan.
We'll agree to disagree.
And then Mickey Johnson. I had to get in the last thing.
I know, you always do.
I've chopped up my notes a little bit based on your excellent discussion, so this will be a little choppy, but one thing that did strike me from the AACAP is that current off-street parking rarely exceeds 50% utilization. On-street is like 68, said it rarely exceeds that. So are there a lot of available spaces now? Is it a resource utilization problem? This kind of thing keeps me up late at night. How do we make sure all these resources are utilized well? It's a good way to get value. And so if either you remove the parking restriction or you increase the FAR, so maybe spaces might become a little bit more of a scarce commodity that need to be traded around. And there would be two aspects of that, I think. Sharing the spaces, and then how do you communicate to visitors to the boulevard where the pockets of spaces are that they can park for the business next door, okay? And before I elaborate on that a little bit.
Maybe your app can do that.
Pardon me?
And maybe your app can do that.
Well. Okay.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Hey, you're taking my story. No, that's cool. But there is a theory, by the way, with some consensus that the need for parking will fade or even end with the increase in micromobility and lift services and autonomous vehicles. And I know Councilman Obaji had mentioned, what is it, escapes me now, the white vehicles, the Google cars, but, so that's good. Yeah, exactly, right. So, you know, at least we could expect tailwinds on parking needs. They probably won't grow and they might fade over time. You may agree or disagree, but we might have tailwinds on that. So any parking solutions should be simple, low investment, and flexible so they can be easily dismantled at low cost and low regret if the need fades, you know, if it just kind of goes away. That's kind of the way I like to operate. And I'm researching some tech options on this that we could add to our bag of tricks. So, okay, here's me with another one of my visions. Park Artesia, I have these. I have a vision of C Artesia with parking assistance. It doesn't have to be C Artesia, but it kind of does fit. So say you're entering Artesia from Inglewood Boulevard or Aviation or any street, and you want to visit Lobster Guys, and the boulevard's very busy today. So you click on the C Artesia map to see on your phone to see a big number on each storefront that shows the parking available there. Mm-hmm. So say you see a big red F in front of Lobster Guys, and a yellow 2 in front of Dance 1, and a green 7 in front of Grocery Outlet. So that red F, the yellow 2, and the green 7 tell you that Lobster Guys lot is full, but Dance 1 has 2 shared spaces open, and the Grocery Outlet has 7. And you can even check on this parking before you come. Maybe you want to wait and even the flow. Maybe merchants might like that. So these are all options. And by the way, in terms of signage, this kind of signage has a fascinating history. I believe the perpendicular sign started on Wilshire Boulevard in the mid-1940s. But if you have a streets app, maybe you don't need the big signs as much. Okay, so I'm out of time, so I'll let it go at that. But I'll be happy to fill you more on that if you'd like to hear more. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mickey Johnson. Mickey Johnson. And then Sandy Anlu.
Good evening, Mickey Johnson, and while I serve as the president of the NRVBA, I'm also a 30-year resident of District 5, and I'm very passionate about this topic. I came today knowing that the council was pretty much all on the same page and in support of doing something. I think I love the word bold, and I think it's time to do that. Time is always the issue, right? The ACAP was brought up 5 years ago, the general plan 10 years ago, and really nothing has happened yet. So I actually made a note, can the parking be relaxed before the vote? What a brilliant idea. It seems like there's actually a lot of things we can do before the vote. And we are super excited about it. You know, when you come to dine around Artesia next week, you will see how joyful everybody is walking around. Like, we don't even need the parking. We want to walk. There's 12,000 people on both sides of Artesia Boulevard within a quarter mile, and there's 22,000 within half a mile. I mean, that's such an easy walk. We want to walk. And we could use some bike lanes too. While we're getting all of the parking off of Artesia, we could use some bike lanes. But we want it to be a walkable area. I don't think anyone's too concerned about a 3 or 4 story building. I think the Montecito is a great example. I don't know how tall it is, like maybe 4 or 5 stories, but right across the street is a 1-story library. So you don't feel like you're boxed in at all. And I love the idea of rooftop dining. It's so perfect. I mean, the sunsets are just amazing. And I think we could probably see the ocean. Let's see. Oh, and then maybe also we could have those little parquettes. Maybe that's something we could do before the vote too. Create those little open spaces, which of course aligns totally with the art project as well. So thank you so much for your support, and let's get this moving. And the residents are here to help you, and our BBA is here to help you. We just want it to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandy Anlu, and then Holly Osborne.
Hi, my name is Sandy. I am a resident of District 5. I've only been a resident for about 4 years. I've owned the property for 30 years. But I also work in real estate. And yes, and I've had a business, a retail business as well. I appreciate all of your speed and Mr. Baji's research. These businesses are going to disappear. Something needs to be done. I've seen it. Something needs to be done. As Mickey said, we are all walking. Residents are walking. I love to walk. I think we also need to remember that, like she said, there's 22,000 residents there. We don't really need to worry about parking, but we do need those buildings. That 71% of current business building owners have indicated they'd consider redeveloping their properties. I spoke to a caterer who wanted to rent a space, put a cafe on Artesia. The business needed electrical redone, so they were putting that on the tenant, $10,000 just to get in. She's like, I'm not going to do that. I can't go on Artesia. I spoke to Joanna Gorell, an artist on aviation right now. She tried to get in Artesia. The buildings are not capable of allowing these beautiful businesses that want to come into Artesia. Redevelopment is needed. It's needed very quickly. I'm hoping, I'm new to this, but I noticed here the executive summary on the N1. This was started in 2016, is that correct? I hope we can do something quickly. 2016, that's almost 10 years. I appreciate any changes, any improvements. As they mentioned, a bike lane, that would be wonderful, because I've also almost been hit by an e-bike on the sidewalk. So if we can put a bike lane, that would be wonderful too. Maybe some more stop signs. Thank you.
Thank you. Holly Osborne. And then I can't read your writing, but I forget your first name, but Braun.
Okay, I'm Holly Osborne, and I'm a long-term resident of District 5. So, and this is going to be really choppy because I looked at the package today, and the first thing I noticed was what to me seemed like crazy diagrams of how to fit 1.54 far with the required parking, and you were doing double and triple tandem parking. Who wants double and triple tandem parking? That makes me stay away from the place. You only see that at the Hollywood Bowl and you're screaming when you leave. So those seem like an exercise of someone who did it, who had no idea what they were doing except moving squares around because it seemed totally impractical. So I wondered what the thinking was there. I hope you're really not going to do that tandem stuff. Have you ever really talked about just anybody, some of those developments or stores about what they really want in terms of a FAR and what they'd really like? Because I don't see how you can eliminate parking entirely. And let me just get really specific, grocery outlet. Okay, when you go to the grocery store, you're not carrying all your groceries home, okay, a mile. You need a place to park. So is that going to force that guy out if you say, oh, we don't have any more parking requirements? Is some other guy going to come in and get that space somehow? Because look at how long it took us to get a grocery store. I do not want any of you guys' manipulations to chase that guy out. That guy is vital. And I still remember, I tell those people I like the fact that they're there every time I'm there. And one time a lady said, I like it too, because before this store was here, I had to take a bus to get to a grocery store. She's walking, okay? Not everybody there is rich like you're saying. And one thing you disparaged was the vacuum cleaner repair store and sewing machine store. Actually, I've utilized it. So I hope you're not using this as an excuse to put in what you consider fancy stuff. But I like what all the stuff you said, think of the consequences, and I like what you said about no mixed use, because I'm scared too of what the state would do if that'd be putting housing there would be the camel with his nose under the tent. And I agree with you what you said. I just don't understand all that tandem stuff, and I don't understand how. I don't want you to do anything that would drive the grocery outlet out. Okay, have I made myself clear? And one more thing, since I've got some seconds. I'd like to know if any of you guys have ever tried to park in some of those stores on Artesia, because some of those driveways are so damn narrow. You go down and you get a scratch on your car, and I've got one if you want to come look at it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a response, if I may.
Sure.
Dr. Osborne, so I go to grocery outlet, I almost can promise you more than you do, probably about 3 times, sometimes 4 times a week, just to get a couple items sometimes, or a specific item that I want to reload on. What I will tell you is this: they always have extra parking spaces in their parking lot. And this change isn't going to drive them out of business, actually. It's going to give them the ability to make money off the excess parking spots that they have in their lot, because they will be able to furnish parking spots to an adjacent property owner that doesn't have space for and doesn't want to put tandem spots, and enter into a licensing agreement or shared use agreement. So it's going to be a good thing for everybody who has parking currently on Artesia Boulevard.
Okay, can I respond to that? I was afraid that another person would come in and take the space and make the store or his thing bigger. Okay. I wasn't
outbid them for the property.
I wasn't thinking about him.
But people aren't going to go, like you said, if they can't get a parking, if they can't get a parking spot, I don't walk there.
Okay, you always will, but you always have to worry with.
I did want to stand up for Director Weiner. I don't think you produced those pictures saying you're advocating for double parking, back to back. I think this started with the Planning Commission asking, what does a FAR laydown look like?
Well, and I'll defend Mark further. They're meant to show the lunacy of our current standard.
Yeah, so
Because
you
the
were
only
advocating for
way,
dropping parking.
the
and
only
that-
way you could fit that number of spaces under the prerequisite amount is with that kind of a solution, which nobody would ever want to implement. That's what it shows. And again, and I
He
appreciate
twisted our arm to reduce the parking requirement.
right.
It
And I
was
appreciate
effective.
Holly's sentiments. And the one thing I will say is what we want to give is the commercial sector the flexibility to decide what it needs, not prescribe that before they start. So if there are businesses that need on-site parking, they will ensure that their site plan includes it. I'm certain of that. We've had myriad of conversations with prospective developers and experts in that field who have all said the same.
Yeah. Okay, so Bron, I'm sorry, I can't remember your first name, and I can't read it here, so.
No
my
worries,
apologies.
it's Hudson Brown. I'm a
Hudson.
huge infrastructure nerd, so hearing about this, I was like really giddy in my seat. One of the first things I wanted to ask was, so I know that zoning, when you want to upgrade your zoning property from R1 to maybe like an R2 or an RA, you can go and advocate for that. I was wondering if that applies to commercial properties as well, where they can go apply and upgrade their zoning to maybe multi-family or mixed use. Big fan of mixed use housing. I know it's controversial, but I like to say that I'm a really big fan of it. If we need to make sure that the commercial gets set up first before residential comes in, that's totally fine. But from what I heard is, as soon as you open up the residential, it floods in, which tells me that we need more housing. So it's kind of like you're kind of pointing the wrong finger. So I really would like you to reconsider. I understand the concerns because you can't have residential unless you have a really strong commercial. So I get that. Removing the parking, I'm kind of on board with that. I drive a classic car, but I don't really like to commute with it. So when that guy came on lambasting about the classic cars, I was like, well, I don't know about that. I mean, I think you're doing all right myself. But I like to bike. I like to walk. When I worked at Seaside Lagoon, I was working on my car, so I couldn't really drive it over there. So I was able to bike, and that was one of the great things about it. So if we remove parking, I would really appreciate bike lanes or bike locks someplace so I could get over there. Somebody mentioned, no one's going to the grocery store walking with all the groceries. I did. Again, when my car wasn't working, I lived in Pomona. And if you know anything about Pomona, there's like no sidewalks. Like you'll start walking and the sidewalk just ends. So I had to take the bus. And so I really like transit. So if we could have more transit to incorporate Artesia, I'd love to go over there. All in all, thank you guys very much. Please consider my comments.
Thank you. Georgette Gantner, and that's the last card I had.
Georgette Ganner, District 2. I really think that the diagrams that were furnished with the different FARs really helped. And I wish, just a side thing, beach cities would do the same thing, because then we could picture what are they trying to do. Anyway, put that aside. What is the vision? I guess that's why you guys are discussing this now, to determine what the vision is, but I think you do have to determine or make up your minds or commit. Is it more business or is it more residents? I agree with the mayor. I think it should all be business. But then again, what are the nearby residents, what do they want? Do they want a 3 or maybe 53-story building, 50 feet? I think that rooftop dining is incredible. What a wonderful thought. But if it makes a building 50 feet, what if we have one after the other after the other? I mean, you have to, it's an exaggeration, but you have to think of the worst case scenario and you hope it doesn't happen. But you still have to project ahead like that. Also, the parkettes, I think, are a wonderful idea. The only other thing is I keep thinking it's going to block residents from coming into Artesia. They have to go around. Is that a horrible thing? I don't know. Something to bring up, something to think about. The incentives, if you're trying to make incentives to maybe help people leave, all I can think about now, because it's such a recent situation, is Pitcher House, the way the landlords force them out. It's really negative. I hope that, I would like to think there'd be incentives that people would develop, and I hope there will be incentives for the property owners that own the vacant properties to do something. And I definitely think there needs to be an ordinance to encourage them to do something, instead of just leaving it like that, because it's all part of the beautification of Artesia. Yeah, there's that. And yeah, again, if we have too much housing, it's legato. It's a nightmare for me. Also, on the 1.5 FAR, you're talking about pivoting. Once you've established that, how realistically easy do you think it's going to be to bring it down? If you've got a surge of developers that say, yeah, I'm here because of the 1.5, and then after 3 years, it's like, oh, we're changing it. Is that good? Are there lawsuits? Will they turn people off? I don't know. I hope you don't do parking meters yet. And maybe there should be a study done about why businesses that are part of mixed use don't succeed, or maybe you guys already know. But why is that? Why should it be that? It doesn't really make sense to me. And the ordinance for repairs, I think, is a good idea, especially, to a point. But a lot of the properties have parking lots that are just a mess and they need to repave. And I think maybe even minimally, that would be a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else from the public? Or you, Eugene?
Thank you, Mayor Light, members of the council, staff, Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach. I want to say I really appreciate all the comments that all of you have made, and really appreciate all the comments that have been made by the public tonight. I think this has been a really great discussion. I want to highlight just a few things that I can, emphasize a few of those things if I can, please. With regard to Councilman Obaji mentioned just in passing, you create a marketplace, a parking marketplace. And that could be also built out with charging stations where you have outside infrastructure come in. So the property owner, they have a marketplace to sell their excess parking, and a charging station company might come in, and that will attract people to the boulevard, get them to park on the boulevard, charge their vehicles, and go for a walk. And we talked about that on GPAC, Councilmember Waller and Mayor Light will remember that. It takes two to tango, and it's difficult, and thank you for your comments, Councilmember Keller-Jarovich. What is the incentive? How are we going to be bold to incentivize the property owners to wish to participate in this? Because we can make all the accommodations we can to developers, but unless the owners are willing to party, it's not going to happen. A lot of these properties, I was talking to Councilmember Castle about this on a different issue, a different property earlier. What is their incentive to sell? They own that property. The property taxes are very low. They have some cash flow from it, but they don't need very much. They sell it and they have this huge pile of cash that they're going to pay taxes on because of their capital gain. And where are they going to go put that money? That's going to go ahead and provide them a depreciation or other tax benefit that offsets the cost of the taxes to pay for it. So coming up with something along those lines, some ideas. Do they get a stepped up basis when the family inherits it? So when there's been a member of the family legacy owner that passes and there's a stepped up basis, maybe there's an incentive for that property owner to go ahead and do it. So while it's been in the family for a long time, I've had several customers on the boulevard taking care of their properties, and when the family members come in, they have zero, they live out of state, they have zero interest. It's been an ongoing problem for us in the city. So talking about some of these different things, I really appreciate you all bringing it up. I think it's been a good discussion. When it comes to the fees, New York State went ahead and abated all property taxes for new developments going out 10 years to incentivize development. So maybe we could backload our fees rather than front load them. So instead of an impact fee being charged when vertical construction begins, maybe that impact fee could be backloaded, changing the pro forma and the money that they need in order to develop. So it's more backloaded expenses, or some of those expenses are backloaded rather than front loaded. So we talk about diffusing fees, maybe instead of waiving them or abating fees or reducing them, backloading the impact of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the audience wish to address the council on this item? Anyone online?
We do have one hand raised, Nancy Skiba. Go ahead and begin.
Good evening, Nancy Skiba, District 4. I have a couple of comments. One is, I just love that little vacuum cleaner shop. They're really, really good repair guys. They saved my expensive Italian vacuum cleaner. I want them to stay there. They're really good. Also, as Zane was saying, grocery outlet. It's a huge convenience, and the owners are great people. Steve and Carrie. And I hope it'll be able to stay there and won't lose too many parking spots. As far as the rooftop dining goes, you know, Artesia is really loud and a lot of crazy traffic going on out there. And it's just like whizzing by. It's very noisy, like aviation. And I don't know, I hope their dining is going to be enclosed. Otherwise, they're going to be getting a lot of fumes and noise in their nice dining areas. Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No other hands raised, but there are 4 e-comments in support.
Okay, thank you. So I think we're done with this one. You got your direction. So good comments from the audience. Appreciate it. Good talk on the council. Thank you, guys. I would ask that, if you have stuff, don't wait till the blue folder, because I didn't even get to look at the blue folder because we were out doing stuff. So it's tough to prepare for the meeting if something gets dropped on us at the last.
Yeah, we had a few
I
questions.
know you're busy.
Well, we had a few questions from a few of you going into the meeting that warranted it. I think what we could deliver, knowing that this wasn't a decision-making night, but more of an educational night. So, and this, particularly as it relates to the impacts of those new bills, we want to give you a primer on that going forward. So.
Okay, so are we going to see the different topic in each council meeting hereafter, or is there spacing in between? Or?
There'll be a little bit of spacing. I think the next time you'll see this issue, it'll probably be the first meeting in September, and then hopefully we'll have some draft ordinances for you to consider and see if we can take some more immediate
don't want to
action.
kick the can down the road that we don't get to vote in March.
Well, no, and I think more notably, if we can make some immediate changes via ordinance, we'll probably prioritize those as first order of business.
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Obaji. Some of the stuff we've been kicking around so long, and if we don't have to wait for a vote.
Let's not wait for a vote, right?
Okay, thank you. Okay, next is city manager items.
Just wanted to say 2 things tonight that you may have noticed. We had 28 consent calendar items, 27 by the end of the evening. That's I'm not sure it's our historic record. We were thinking that it might be, but it's pretty close. A lot of good work on there. I want to give staff a big thank you. We had some pent-up demand with the break, but some good projects in there, some good purchases, and some good construction efforts on
But
their way.
I will tell you, as a reader of that and only having the weekend to read it, that's a lot to get through.
Well, it's good. It is a lot. So, we won't have unfortunately, we won't have too many 2-week breaks going forward. So we may not need that quite that backlog. So appreciate all the hard work that we got through that. And then the last thing, most of the council knows this, but we did reopen Seaside Lagoon. The repair was done last Monday. I think we reopened. We were pleased to execute that very quickly. I think
perfect timing because LA Galaxy came to view it. And it was up
all
and
told,
running.
I think we were down just 2 weeks. So good work by our public works team and community services for getting the word out, but we're happy to have that facility back online. So that's all I have this evening, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, no mayor and council items. How about referrals to staff? I'd like to start out with one based on, I did remember getting in my inbox the recommendation from the Public Amenities Commission to name a park after Mr. Dwidziak. He has contributed to the city quite a bit. Can we agendize that for discussion?
It's up to you all.
Sorry.
This was about giving Mr. Dwidziak naming a park after
I'll
him.
make that motion.
Do we also want to add, you had a referral about the teen center?
Yeah, no, I was going to ask about that when it came to my turn. Are we going to discuss Michael?
Yeah, it's on the to-do list. We just haven't gotten it to you. So we can bring those together if you'd like.
Sure. The Eaton Park to the south. So there's a general Homer Eaton Park on Huntington, and then on Harriman, there's another one. Maybe that's the one. As much as I'd like, maybe his park should be in South Redondo. It seems like there's an easy peasy opportunity here in North Redondo.
So
for Joe Dwidziak.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all for it?
Aye.
Okay, is that a problem to add that, Mike?
No, I mean, we can get that to you. I'll need to work with Elizabeth's team to see when we can bring that back. But yeah, probably next
You guys
couple
will get
weeks.
a copy of this. It's actually got really good information for.
Yeah, please. I don't know if there was an extra
It'll be
one.
received and filed.
Yeah, Melissa's got it. Yeah.
Okay, that's all I had. We'll go backwards. Councilmember Barrett.
None.
Councilmember Obaji.
None, I was going to ask about that. So.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
I do have just a request. Can we get a list of all the social media accounts for the city? Like, we have RB Parks and Rec and Redondo Teens, like, and should we list them to the website? Because I think I'm missing some. And I
Sure.
would just like to know.
Sure. Yeah. I'll get you. I can get you that list offline. I don't think we need to have that. Yeah.
Or to the all of us.
Yeah, to all of you. Yes.
Put it on the website.
That's what I'm saying. Can we link them to the website so that maybe there's some, if they're the official city accounts, then we should link
Which is probably the big question in the research to see who's maybe co-opting.
Right. Well, and then we know which ones are.
I think they're
the
legit.
Yes. I don't need a vote on that one, right?
No.
Okay,
You accept that one?
Yeah, no, I'll get you that information and email you all.
Councilmember Castle.
Nothing.
Councilmember Waller.
Nothing from me tonight.
All right. So now we're going to go back into closed session, right?
Really? No.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No, we're done. Yeah.
Adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, all for?
Aye.
Okay, the next meeting of City Council.
I think we're okay.
Will be right here in the council chambers on Tuesday, August 12th at 6 PM for open session and 4:30 PM for closed session.
And just to note, I think we are back to 4:30 for next week. I don't think we have anything necessarily that
You
would.
can vote for anything different.
Right. So.
Cool.
Okay.
Good meeting.